Hello, everyone, and welcome in to Six Screens JW World News. And some of the top stories we'll be talking about tonight. Well, everyone saw the video. It was the big elephant in the room, Selena Vertolomo's TikTok video showing up in Lumberton, North Carolina at Toni Morris's Kingdom Hall. Boy, she is accusing Tony of a lot of things, but we'll dissect that tonight. And also, what about you when you were one of Jehovah's Witnesses? Did you totally believe in alternative medicine? Well, many Jehovah's Witnesses do till this day, and anything new, alternatively, that comes down the pike, the Jehovah's Witnesses go for it. Plus, protest fever. Boy, all across the world, Jehovah's Witnesses are beginning to protest. And I think it's wonderful. So protest fever is catching on. Well, hello, everyone. My name's Rick Farron, and I am coming to you from the apostate capital of the world. Well, that's right up here in Boston, Massachusetts. And you say, well, Rick, why is it the apostate capital of the world up there in Boston? Well, I'll tell you what. I'm just going to clear my throat. Excuse me. It's the apostate capital of the world because I have to tell you, up here in New England, a lot of people, I'll tell you, they're on the ball. The people up here are on the ball, and religion in New England isn't a big thing. I mean, Catholicism really is the ruling king up here for religion. But a lot of people do not accept religion. So a lot of people don't accept the Jehovah's Witness religion either. So, and a lot of witnesses have come to grips with what's going on with the Jehovah's Witness organization. They're leaving in droves, not only here in New England, but all over the world they're leaving. So that is a good thing, but we're in good company, as I say. Now, don't you worry. You're probably saying, Rick, geez, I wish I had more apostates in my neck of the woods. Don't you worry. There's going to be a lot showing up very shortly. And the reason for that is, friends, the Watchtower sticking their own foot in their mouth. People cannot stand this organization anymore. So if you are a PIMQ, a PME, a PMO, whatever you would be, why don't you just stay listening into this program tonight and you research it for yourself. The things we say on the six screens, take it to the bank and cash it. Take a look at it and see if what we're saying is not truthful. Well, we're so glad to have you with us tonight. And we've got, as I say, a good program ahead of us. And we'll be talking about many things here tonight that I think is really going to catch attention and get your attention here thinking about what's going on behind the curtains. Just trying to pump up some news here for me. I wanted to mention, okay, what we have, friends. I wanted to bring this up to your attention. The six screens, I've been getting emails here all week. They're saying, Rick, what happened to the six screens of the Watchtower website? It's not up. Well, it's not up because we're working on it, but we do have a front page, a couple of pages up. We have all of the info that you may want to look into because, well, what's happened here, friends, is we have a lot of stuff on the Six Screens website that is not current. It's not up to date. And you don't want to read yesterday's news, right? So our technician here has been working feverishly all this week trying to get this website up. But if you go to Six Screens of the Watchtower now, you'll see that it's under construction. But I do have information in there, particularly on how to get on the call. A lot of people are saying, Rick, I used to go to the Six Screens website to get on the call. So I put this all back up. And not only that, I also put up how you can get the Six Screens app, the free conference call app for free. It's not going to charge you a penny. And you can download that from your Apple store or your Google store. And you can listen in from all over the world. And what's even interesting is the instructions you write on that page on the Six Screens front page, that you can get that app. Won't cost you a penny to dial in, and you can talk from anywhere in the world, and it comes in so nice and clear. So I encourage you, if you're listening to this program tonight and you're on YouTube or Facebook or wherever you're listening in and you like to call into the program, but it costs you money to do that, friends, I realize it's expensive calling in from overseas. So get the app. Go to Six Screens of the Watchtower, punch it in, and right on the front page, you'll have all the instructions on how to get the app. Wow, I'll tell you. So yeah, we're glad we're working on that site. We were one of the first websites that actually came into existence. We came up in 2009, and there wasn't a whole lot of websites exposing the Watchtower then. There was Silent Lambs. That's Bill Bowen. And of course, there was Randy Waters with his free mind. And then there's another website called Watchtower Information Service. They're no longer around, but there's only a handful of us back then. So I think it's time we bring it up to speed on what's going on in the Watchtower. So thank you guys, all of you folks that have written to me. So just to spread the word that it'll be up in its entirety as we continue to put more chapters on it. So there we go. I'm saying that things are really happening in the world of the Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm going to, first of all, we're going to get into what's been going on with Tony Morris this week. The big elephant in the room, right? The big elephant in the room. How could you possibly miss it? Selena Vertolomo. Well, that's the woman's name. Selena Vertolomo. Well, she did a TikTok video this week. Yeah, TikTok. The platform TikTok? Well, Selena has now 1.1 million views. That TikTok video went viral. Now, in this video, Selena approaches the Kingdom Hall in the neighborhood where Tony Morris III now lives, and tells him a message, tells the elder coming to her car a message. And the message, I'll tell you what, is somewhat nasty, but I agree with her. She claims she's been abused. She says that Tony, his ass is grass, and she is the lawnmower. And that's an interesting thought. I never really heard of that put that way before. So Tony Morris's ass is grass, according to Selena, and she's the lawnmower. So she's coming to cut the grass, I guess, on Tony's ass, so to speak. So no wonder. I mean, it got a lot of attention, and everyone was writing me and calling me. I mean, my phone at one point was ringing off the hook. People were emailing me, Rick, get on there. Come on, talk about it. We want to know what's going on with this woman. Is this something you're going to talk about? So I said, well, we'll reserve it for Saturday night. Friends, I first of all want to just come out of the chute here and say, I don't know. I don't have any idea what Selena was saying is true or not. I don't. I'm sorry. I'd like to believe it's totally true. But I don't have any idea at this time to say, well, I know it's true. Well, if it's true or not, the Watchtower Society brought this upon themselves by maintaining complete and total silence about Tony Morris's dismissal. Yeah, the Watchtower brought this upon themselves. So if people are showing up at Tony's Kingdom Hall, or even his neighborhood, I'm not saying do that. It's not a good thing to do. But if this is happening, the Watchtower brought this upon themselves when they dismissed Tony Morris. Now, think about it. Tony was an enormously prominent member of the organization. Well, we all know that. Even ex-witnesses know that he was a big-time governing body member. Now, as Watchtower transformed into a primary on-video system, as we know they did with their JW streaming, well, Tony appeared on TV screens of millions of Jehovah's Witnesses, 10 or 15 times a year for a whole decade. There was Tony. He even got the nickname Uncle Tony, as well as being featured prominently in their video pieces and their latest literature. I mean, Tony was a highfalutin, big-time governing body member. Everyone knew him. It felt like they all knew him personally, as if he was an elder in their own congregation. And then suddenly, poof, poof, just like smoke, just like a puff of smoke, he's gone. Yeah, that happened. And then there was a brief, cryptic message, a cryptic message, a hidden message, very difficult to understand it, was put up on jw.org concerning Tony, and he was removed. He was no longer one of the governing body members, and it was there for 3 days, and then nothing. Then absolutely nothing. Now, no one says anything, even at Bethel. No one was talking about it. So no one is even allowed, according to the information I got coming in here to the 6 screens, no one was even allowed to talk about Tony Morris anymore and what happened. Now, of course, Jehovah's Witnesses, remember, Tony was in a lot of videos. Yeah, Tony Morris was in a lot of Jehovah's Witness videos. In the absence of even a hint of the slightest explanation where Tony's gone, there now has become, at least just not too long ago, in the witness world, a massive vacuum. Everyone's wondering, what happened to Tony Morris? Well, no wonder this is all hitting the fan. Any semi-plausible explanation is gobbled up and repeated and spread around the world. So anybody that comes up with any explanation, any thoughts about Tony Morris, well, it's like being all over the world. People are talking about it. Now, we heard many things, didn't we, about Tony Morris. We heard that he was in a car accident. Remember that? Someone was posting up pictures of his Cadillac all smashed up, and he was in a car accident. He was driving DUI. Well, that was posted up. That wasn't true. That wasn't true. And then we got messages coming into the 6 screens, and you folks too got information concerning Tony was stone cold drunk at a wedding, and this caused all kinds of issues for him and the Watchtower. We heard that, didn't we? We're hearing these crazy stories. The Watchtower never came clean, so no wonder why people are spreading these stories all over the place. And we also heard that Tony became ill, or his wife became sick, and they had to leave Bethel. So that's what we heard. And now, all of a sudden, out of the dark this week, comes a woman, a former Jehovah's Witness. Her name is Selena Vertolomo. Let me say it again. Selena Vertolomo. And maybe the allegations that she's come forth with are true, or maybe they're not. I don't know. I don't know if you guys know for sure either. I hope they're true. Believe me, when the people were calling me and saying, Rick, what do you think?
I'm going to have to interrupt here. I'm sorry, Rick. This is Reese from New York City. I have to interrupt here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Many have interrupted my broadcast.
All right, go ahead. You can come in. Yeah, go ahead.
When you say maybe, I have a question for you, Rick. Did you watch Selena's video all the way through?
Yes. There's a lot of things that I don't like.
And you're telling me, and you're saying that you don't know if the allegations are true or not after you heard her speak.
Well, no, I have that.
Rick,
I have that in my narrative, Reese.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
All right. Let me say this without offending you too much. Rick, you're definitely not cut out to be a detective, because anyone with an ounce of discernment, especially a woman, would know that she's absolutely being sincere and honest. Those things did happen to her. Now, Rick, here's why I called you. Do you know about the allegation that she made regarding a sex trafficking ring going on within the Watchtower Society?
Yes, I do. And I was going to cover that, but yes, I know about that. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, let me say this. I phoned her several times. I was unable to get through, probably because she had so many phone calls that she turned the phone off. It went to voicemail. But it appears that her father was involved with some kind of a network that I believe this Tony the Phony was involved with. Was he running the network? Was he like in the Vatican, the bishop that protects the pedophile priest that's not actively involved with it? I can't say, because I wanted to speak to her to find out what had actually taken place. Obviously, she and probably girls that she knows were abused, and maybe even part of this ring. We don't know. Maybe when you speak about it later, you could shed light on it. I would like to hear about it, but I did speak to the former elder in Pennsylvania that recently went public. You've probably seen that because it was all over the web.
Oh yeah, there's who, brother who, yeah. How do we pronounce his name?
Yeah, I spent about an hour on the phone with him, and I had told him, well, about a number of things about things that I was involved with and the corruption I was aware of. And I told him that I had just recently, which I did last weekend, went to the local Kingdom Hall while the circuit overseer was there. And I called the circuit overseer out on the mat to come outside and have a conversation with me so that others that were there might be enlightened as to some hidden history of the Watchtower Society. He was afraid, like scared little mouse, he wouldn't step outside the Kingdom Hall, and they were monitoring me on their video and audio. But that's the way these people are, Rick. They're cowards. I mean, these people are despicable. I don't know what else word to use. They are despicable cowards. And this circuit overseer apparently doesn't have the courage of his own convictions. Yeah, but I was on with that Vaughn, his last name, I believe is.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Haugh or something like that. Ho or something like that. Yep.
Yeah. I may visit him because I'll be going to Pennsylvania and then within the next few weeks. So I may stop in and have a little talk with him one-on-one. I told him, I said, if you want somebody to come with you and you're going to approach a local Kingdom Hall or, maybe you're going to go to Wallkill, wherever you want to go, I said, you just let me know and I'll go with you. And we'll see how it goes. But you know how it is, Rick. These people are afraid. If you went to the Watchtower Society today, it used to be, of course, in Brooklyn. Now it's in Wallkill. You wouldn't even speak to anyone. If you said, look, I'll leave if I could speak to brother so-and-so in the governing body or the service committee for 5 minutes. These people are such pusillanimous cowards that they would never even come out because they're in such extreme fear of exposure because they're hiding so much. But anyway, I think I'll listen in for a little while. I'm just heading into the Central Park. I have a few minutes to listen. I want to hear what you have to say, what you found out about this.
Yeah, I want you to know that I have very mixed feelings here. I'm not totally in agreement with all of this, but you listen in. Thank you for calling in, Reese. Thank you. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Well, listen in.
Rick,
so anyways, that's Reese. We all know Reese, right? He's been on the Six Screens Network, had his own program. But we're talking here about Selena Vertolomo. She had that TikTok video that she showed up the Kingdom Hall in North Carolina. And there's some things that just aren't passing the smell test here. But I know I have no reason to disbelieve that the witnesses are involved in human trafficking. I have no reason to disbelieve that. I believe they are to some degree. To the point she's saying it, I don't know. But anyways, in any case, I'm saying here tonight that the organization has brought this all upon themselves because of not really coming forward and talking about what really happened to Anthony Morris. All they say is Tony Morris Anthony, if you would. All they say is that he was removed as a governing body member. Any competent worldly organization would have been aware of what happened and would have been ahead of this. They would have put something out to quell the speculation. But the Watchtower did nothing to quell the speculation. Either they're utterly incompetent or they decided to mercifully throw Tony Morris under the bus. Well, that's what they did. Now I'm not sticking up for Tony Morris and for any stretch of your imagination, but they basically threw him under the bus. This guy is now in harm's way. Yeah, I'll say it again. I believe this guy is in harm's way. Now, either way, it doesn't look bad for them. Whether they spoke up or not, it doesn't look bad. Now, I'm going to play. So, in case you didn't see it, I'm going to play one video. She did a number of videos, but I'm going to play one video of Selena Vertolomo's, her encounter with the elder at a congregation in North Carolina that Toni Morris is supposed to be going to. So let's play the video. Just give me a second here. Let me get it up so you can see it. And this is the video. You listen to it. You see what you think. And if you're on Facebook and our Facebook platforms as well as YouTube, you'll see it. If not, you'll hear it on our radio networks. But here is the video in question. Let me get down to right here. This is Selena Vertolomo talking to an elder at Kingdom Hall. Listen in.
I'm looking for Anthony Morris.
Who?
Tony Morris III?
Tony Morris?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's not here.
Okay. Can you tell him Selena Vertolomo came to see him?
Selena Vertolomo.
Vertolomo.
Hold on. Do you need to talk to him?
I think he needs to talk to me. He's responsible for the rape, stalking, and torture of myself, my sisters, and my mother. And I came down here to Lumberton, North Carolina to tell him my goddamn self, sir,
Did he rape you?
that his ass is grass and I'm the mower. His time has come. He has protected child rapists for long enough. He was relocated here to your nice Kingdom Hall. I understand you're a Christian congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses. He is directly responsible. He is directly responsible for everything that has happened to me and my family. And I've come for him, and I will continue to come for him.
And what is your name?
Selena Vertolomo. He's very well acquainted with my father, Tony Vertolomo, who is a child rapist and was running a sex trafficking ring inside of Jehovah's Witnesses.
Vertolomo.
Vertolomo.
Vertolomo. Can I just say this to you?
Sure.
In all consciousness and respect for you, I am so very sorry.
I'm okay. Thank you.
I don't have no
Is he
idea.
around children here? I'm sure he is. He's incredibly dangerous, and I need people to understand that. There is a nationwide investigation going on right now out of California and Pennsylvania. He is at the heart of it. It's taking way too long. It's not protecting the children that are currently around him. And now that I know where he is and why he was relocated here, I came myself.
Well, there you have it. I mean, there was the video. That was Selena Vertolomo. She's the big star this week. Now, but the elder was nice, right? The elder there at the Kingdom Hall was nice. He at least was somewhat sympathetic. He showed a sympathetic tone. But here's what I'm trying to gather, and I'm glad Reese called in earlier. But what I'm trying to gather here is what exactly is Selena accusing Toni Morris of doing? Just to be correct, I'm just trying to be correct. I've studied this for the last 2 or 3 days. I heard her say that Toni is directly responsible for the rape, etc. But did she actually accuse Toni himself of it? So let's just stop there. Let's dissect. Let's think about it. She is accusing Toni to be directly responsible. So, but not really accusing him of the actual rape or sex abuse. Now, what I'm thinking here, now there's a few things that are running through my mind, and they got to be running through your mind too. There's a lot of unanswered questions. So let's just start here. Did she actually report the abuse of herself and other family members to Toni? That's what I'm thinking. So he might not have actually been totally involved, but maybe, because remember now, Toni was a circuit overseer, and maybe she reported sex abuse of herself and other family members to Toni, and maybe he didn't do anything. She wasn't clear on that.
Hi, Rick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Rick. Sorry to interrupt. It's Tim calling from Australia. Just quickly, yeah, she didn't accuse maybe Toni directly of what happened to her, but she still is accusing him of being a pedophile because she says the children aren't safe around him. That's what she says. That's all.
All right, so we do, at least we know this. This is what we do know. We know that she didn't report it. She did not report it to the police, but that's another thing. We'll get there in a while. So was he somehow part of the abuse by participating in the sex ring that she mentioned? Now, first of all, I have to say, I do believe there's sex rings in the Watchtower. I do believe that. I have heard that. I have had people tell me that. I've had a person who was an insider at Bethel tell me that. So I do believe there are sex rings at Bethel. But now the thing would be, is he part of that sex ring? That's another thought I have. And then another thought would be, was he an elder at the time in her congregation? Was he an elder kind of covering up sexual abuse in her congregation? These are things that are running through my head. And another thing, was he simply a member of the governing body? And because of his position and responsibility in policy making, she holds him responsible? Well, I could see that even happening. But friends, I have to tell you, there are too many unanswered questions. Obviously, she is ready to confront Tony, which she was able to do. I mean, he wasn't there. It might have been better if she went during a meeting time. I'm not sure what time she went there, but it would have been better if she could have confronted him. But why isn't she talking to the police or the district attorney in Pennsylvania or in North Carolina? Why isn't she talking to the police? When Selena says Tony Morris is directly responsible, she appears to be referring to his part in the cover-up. So I can extract that. I will say that Tony evidently, according to her, is somewhat part of the cover-up. So it does.
She also.
Go ahead.
She also said, quote her. She said, quote, he is extremely dangerous to children, unquote. That was her expression of what she believes.
Well,
so we'll have to let justice do it, and we'll have to wait. And I feel in a way that my work is done here. And I know that since the 1940s, and maybe even with Russell, this has been a problem.
Right. Well, Pixie, very good comment. It sounds like she is accusing him of committing the abuse himself in some roundabout way, but hopefully this will be clarified. Now,
I'm sorry. Maybe we can clarify something. I'm going into a live music venue soon, so I have to do this now.
Well, go ahead, Reese. Go ahead. Yeah.
You just said to the audience, why didn't she go to the police or district attorney Henry? Rick, how do you know she didn't? On what basis are you assuming she didn't?
Well, Reese, I'm not a journalist. I'm a broadcaster. I don't know whether she did or not. Do you?
Yeah, but you just made a statement. You made a statement that said she didn't go to the police or the district attorney. Hey, Rick. How do you know she didn't?
Well, because I would get information that she would have, the district attorney or the police, or there'd be something on record. There's nothing there.
You're tied into the DA's office?
Well, yes.
You have a direct line from the DA's office?
I don't have a direct line, but I have...
You have a direct line from the DA's office?
Reese, why are you challenging me here tonight? I'm not against you. I'm certainly not...
You just said something that, Rick, you made a statement, and I'm just questioning. You said she didn't go to the police or the DA, and I'm wondering how you came about with that assumption.
Well, let me say it. Let me read.
Hey, why don't you let Rick finish up, Reese?
I would say that it's probably safe to assume that she did go.
No,
well, because he needs to be interrupted because he's talking mindless blather. Because he said he made an assumption based on nothing.
It's not your show.
Well, listen, I did my own show and I had morons like yourself interrupting me. I did my own show and I had
you the moron. You interrupted Rick.
Deal with it.
Who are you to interrupt
Now, Rick, let's go back. Get this guy off.
No,
get this idiot off so I can address the audience intelligently. This is the reason I'm off the network, by the way, Rick. People like him, empty-headed idiots that you force their venom because they know nothing. Now, Rick, let's get back to the case.
Reese,
let's get back to the case. Let's get back to the matter at hand.
He literally
get the disruptor off. Get the disruptor off. Let's get back to the important matter we're discussing.
Well, this is a real
get
Christian
the disruptor
program.
off.
All right. Let's slow down.
By the way, Rick, people interrupt you all the time on your program. Rick, People interrupt you all the time on your program.
Well,
I've heard
just
them.
like you're doing
So
now.
this is no
Okay.
different. The
Okay,
only
no, so
difference
no
here-
difference. But I mean, you're interrupting too. But I'll listen to you. I'll let you give
Well,
your
Rick,
piece.
they do it
You-
to you all the time,
Well,
as they did it
Reese,
to my
it's
program.
part
What's
of
the big
it's
difference?
part of the program. That's why we've been on for.
All right, so let's move
That's
on.
why we've been on for 18
move on.
years. Yeah.
girl.
Yeah.
Why don't we move on to the more important matter? You're stuck in a rut here. Let's
right.
move on to the case. You were discussing Tony Morris, correct?
That's what I'm
And
discussing.
you said that. All right, so here's my point, because I don't have much time to talk. I'll be off in a few minutes. Let me make my point. First, I don't see any basis for your assumption that she didn't go to the police or the DA. She might have gone to DA Henry months ago, or even prior to that, and she might have filed a police report years ago when the abuse occurred. We don't know. But let's talk about Tony Morris. I think it's pretty simple, pretty easy to explain, based on her statements, not my assumptions. Based on what she said, that Tony Morrison was responsible. Tony said that she said Tony Morris was responsible for her abuse. She didn't say that Tony Morris raped me. So I think it's pretty clear, Rick. This is very similar to the Catholic Church. He was, you could call him a GB member, similar to the bishops in the Catholic Church that protected the pedophile priests. So probably she had brought the matter to his attention when he was on the governing body, perhaps years ago. And she knows that he was on the committee that basically buried it and allowed these guys to walk scot-free. I think it's pretty clear. I don't know if anyone out there is seeing this, but it doesn't take Columbo to solve it based on her statement.
You say that it's taken too long. She did say it's taken too long. They know about it in Pennsylvania and California, but it's taken too long. That's why she went to North Carolina herself.
Right.
Well, according to
And, yes.
well,
Go ahead,
I was
Rick.
just
Go
going to
ahead.
say that the information in Pennsylvania, I got to be somewhat secretive here. The information is not coming out because there's still investigation going on. So I don't want to say too much about it. But what I do want to say is there's some things that are credible and there's other things that aren't that credible. You do agree
You
to
don't
that?
find her credible?
What's that?
You don't find Selena credible?
Well, Reese, you came on it first, and you're the one that said she wasn't. And I have to tell you the truth, based on what I've listened, I've watched her.
I said she. Wait a minute. No, Rick. Rick, you got it wrong. You said she wasn't. I said she was extremely credible, very credible.
I'm sorry, but I took
Rick,
it wrong, Reese. I took it that
you
you
don't
were.
find her. Well, my words were clear. Go back and listen to the
Well, I will.
broadcast.
You
It was
listen to
very
them too,
clear.
but no, with the way that you came on tonight.
Well,
you
I
were,
don't need to because I'm clear, Rick. I'm clear
Well,
on my facts. I even said to you, Rick, I can't believe it.
How can it be clear when here you are going to a concert, you're trying to make comments in between listening to music? I mean, are you serious or what? Why don't you
Because
get?
I'm clear-minded, Rick. That's how.
Well,
because I'm very clear-minded.
I
And my
think there's
words were very clear. Matter of fact, the reason I interrupted you,
If you were clear-minded, you'd have your own show going, Reese.
I heard you say that you didn't know if her testimony was true or not, and I couldn't believe it. I said, "What?"
Well, I'm going to still stand on that.
Anybody who watched that video.
Well, if you watch that video, if you watched all the videos, Reese,
that's the words coming out of Rick's mouth. That's the words coming out of Rick's mouth. He said, "I don't know whether these allegations are true or not."
Reese, why don't you just let me talk?
You,
all right?
you guys are really. I'll tell you what. For you to say that person that just spoke, whoever he is, I guarantee you, he is either A, part of the Watchtower Corporation, a plant on this network, or B, a member of the Watchtower Society that they put on here to put out this distraction information. Because anybody with any discernment that heard her testimony.
Okay, listen, everyone,
What?
just
Who is this? Who is that that spoke out?
Prove it.
Listen, my proof is her testimony. Do you understand when you go before a jury, they listen to your testimony, they make an evaluation as to whether it's credible or not? Are you even aware of that?
Reese,
let
me talk. Let me talk to Reese. Let me talk to Reese. All right, I'm gonna mute every. Well, let me talk to you for a second and give my side of the story.
Yes.
I'll give my side of the story if you let me
Right.
talk.
No,
So
but people are, listen, you just heard somebody make a direct contradiction to what I made clear statements about. That means he knows he's
your
doing that.
statements
He
are
didn't
not
You're in a
clear.
courtroom,
Your
you have to prove it, and you cannot say she
Steve,
said
Steve,
so. There's
Steve,
no
just
proof.
stop it, okay? Just stop it. Let me talk.
I mean, I can't prove the
Quit
words that
pretending you
came out of
know.
Selena's mouth. Oh, this guy is either doesn't have an ounce of discernment or is doing damage control for the Watchtower. It's one or the other.
Reese,
Yeah, you'd
Go
like
ahead,
to think
Rick.
that,
I'm
wouldn't
going to
you,
listen to
Reese?
you. Go ahead.
listen
Go
to
ahead, Rick.
Hold on one
Rick,
second.
this
Let
is
me
very-
talk. I don't want to hear anybody else. I want to talk, okay? I'll give you all time to come in. Let me talk. It's my program, okay? Please. Back off. I'll give you all time to come on. Please. Let me talk to this man. Reese, you're accusing me of saying that I don't believe everything this woman said. Do you believe everything, Reese, this woman said?
Not accusing you. You yourself said it.
Well, let
Rick,
me
I'm
tell
not
you,
accusing Those were the words out of your mouth.
you did not even let me finish my broadcast. I'm going to tell you reasons why I don't believe her.
But it was, I heard you say the words. What are you waiting for, Rick? You said
Well,
the
let
words,
me tell
and I
you something.
interrupted to say, Rick,
Do you know Erwin Zalkin? Do you know him? He's coming on our program in a couple of weeks. Do you know him? He's out of San Diego.
No, I don't know Erwin Zolkin. Who is he? Who is he?
Well, he's an attorney that's working with child abuse people from the Watchtower. I mean, if you don't know
So I
Erwin
should know all the attorneys in the East Coast of the United
well,
States.
if you're worth your weight in the ex-witness world, you would know who Erwin Zalkin is by not
Well, let
knowing.
me tell you, Rick, here's my qualifications. I work as a CI with the NYPD in the narcotics department. I solved a homicide 2 years ago. It took me 3 days to solve it. That's my qualifications. What are yours, Rick?
Well, my qualifications is simply I have been on this program for 18 years, and my qualifications.
That there's a
All right, okay, let's stop there. Reese,
These
go
people are really
Reese,
Hold on.
go
To
to
hear what I'm hearing now, Rick, this is like the village of the damned. These people are very spiritual sick. If you heard that woman's testimony and you don't know that she's being sincere and honest in what she said, you don't have an ounce of discernment, or you're doing disinformation for the Watchtower.
Well, let me tell you
That's
some
what
of the
you're
things.
doing.
No,
Hey,
hold on
Rick.
1 second. Hold
Go
on
ahead.
1 second.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna mute everybody, okay? Let me talk. I'll let you all in.
Mute him. I don't want to
He
hear
always
him.
muted people when he was talking on his show, remember?
Blather, Rick. Let's hear the mindless blather. Go ahead. Let's hear the mindless
No,
blather.
everyone,
But Rick, I'd like to hear you. rather hear you, to be honest.
Right.
Come on.
Hey, Reese, how come you always had people on mute when you had your program? Give Rick some respect.
I didn't. I had no ability to mute anyone.
You
I had
did.
no ability to mute anyone.
You did.
Oh,
You wanted Rick to mute everyone out so you could
You're
talk
talking
and no one
out of
could comment.
the lower hole. You got to speak out of your mouth, not your lower orifice, dear. You don't know.
I know
I can't
exactly
mute anyone.
when you kept telling Rick to mute everyone so no one could talk in your program.
All participants are muted and they can unmute themselves.
Let's stop right there. I mean, this is getting out of hand. You know, the man comes on, he accuses me. I don't believe everything Selena said. He doesn't even give me a chance to say it. I mean, there's things that Selena had said. He didn't even see all the video. He comes on as Mr. Expert. He knows it all. I'm sorry, Reese, you don't know it all. I've been studying this for 3 days. I've done a lot of research.
Oh, Rick, I absolutely do. I just gave you my qualifications. I solved a homicide a year and a half ago in New York City. That's my qualifications.
All right, so let me.
What are yours, Rick?
Well, my qualifications are just watching
you bellyache about the Watchtower?
Well, listen to me.
If you bellyache about the Watchtower, that's your qualifications?
Reese,
please, no.
Why don't you let me talk
Boy,
here?
These guys really.
Reese, you're acting like
a motley crew you've got here. Go ahead, Rick.
All participants are muted.
Reese, you're
and
acting,
they can unmute
you're acting like a
themselves.
jackass on here tonight. You're really making a fool of yourself, believe me. But did you see the videos where she talks about Jehovah's Witness sacrificing?
Reese is off his meds.
Just stop it. Let me talk.
All right, listen, guys. Here's what's going to happen now. I'm not going to speak any further because I realize I'm dealing with people who are truly spiritually sick, or they are actual agents of the Watchtower, because nobody could be that stupid to hear Selena's testimony and say that they don't believe she's credible. Any woman who was ever raped, child that was raped, that heard that testimony would tell you that she's honest and she's being truthful.
We're glad you're not speaking anymore. We're glad. Go ahead, Rick.
Oh,
Yeah,
who is this?
so Reese,
why don't you announce your name? So I'm going to make you a dunce cap. let me have your name so I could write it on the dunce cap that I mail Rick for you.
Well,
no, we know your name, Reese. We know your name.
Reese, let me give him a dunce. Well, come to New York City.
Won't you get off, you piece
Hey,
of
listen,
shit?
nobody believes me. You know why?
Line.
Because they're spiritually dead. It's because they're spiritually dead, and God has them under the curse of 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. I'm telling you now.
Look at okay. Let me talk here. Enough is enough of him. He drives people crazy. Does he? Let me talk. Okay. So does he realize that the Serena woman is talking about babies being sacrificed to Jehovah in the Watchtower? Does he believe that? I mean, if he does,
Rick, I'm going to interrupt you now because you rudely put me on mute. The scripture is 2 Thessalonians 2, 9 through 12, and it explains the condition that these people are under because they're under the curse of God. This group of people are under the curse described at 2 Thessalonians 2, 9 through 12. That's the main reason I got off this network, because it's the village of the damned. That's what it is. Now, good night.
Good night. Enjoy your conscience. Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Scriptures.
I mean,
I'm here.
Yay. Yay, celebrate.
Yeah, say hello to the Spice Girls.
Yeah, I mean, he, you know, he has time to go to concert, but did he have time to really listen?
I love Spice Girls.
Did he have time to listen to all of Selena's videos on TikTok? Did he do that? My God, I mean, the guy at times I think is really going off the edge here on me. But anyways, it's okay.
Hey, Rick.
All right. Oh, where are we gonna go? We got a lot of people want to speak up. Let's go with 580. Go ahead. 580.
Hey, this is me.
Yeah.
And I hope he really listens. I hope he really listens to the archives. This is Chewy. I'm going to make one comment. Okay. He showed himself here about 2 weeks ago when I couldn't get on a Sunday. He is probably, and if he wants to come on and he wants to challenge me on it, let's go. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. Okay. But he is probably the only ex-JW, unless I've heard it wrong, that still believes that Russell is buried underneath the pyramid. The pyramid was removed 2 years ago. We all know that.
Yeah.
And he come on here on Sunday and saying that the C.T. Russell was still buried under the pyramid. Anybody that's an ex-JW that knows the story knows that he was not buried underneath the pyramid. He was buried underneath the tombstone, and they removed the pyramid. That is his qualification. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Chewy. No, Reese comes on. He has to be the absolute know-it-all about everything. I mean, he doesn't even know who Erwin Zalkin is. How much is he been following the ex-witness world? You got to know who Erwin Zalkin is, right? Jeez, he's helping so many people have been abused. So sometimes I don't know what direction he's heading, and he makes me upset many times. Okay, so let's see. We had Jimmy Bell. People want to hear from Jimmy. Jimmy, where are you? Come on. Yeah,
I'm right here.
There you are. Yep.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
All right. I hope everybody else is doing well as also. Sorry, a lot of folks have asked where I've been. It's been a busy summer, and I just haven't been on. Had some other stuff I had to take care of, but I've missed all you guys, and thank you to everyone who has commented on the Big Picture show. I really do appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much. So, Rick, I have been following this story. Let's get back to what we were talking about before the shit went off the rails. Sorry. But I have some information that I'm working on, and I live 2 hours away from Lumberton. Now, I used to live down in that area, so I know it very well. And so I told my wife, I said, one day I might have to make a reconnaissance trip down there. And I do know that there's 3 congregations meeting in the One Kingdom Hall. So if I do go down there, I might have to go to 3 meetings. That would suck. But anyway, but when this video came out, you know, at first I was like, wow, this is some explosive information. And the first thing I want to say is I really, really want to believe her. There's no question about that. Because if what she is saying is true, then this is a huge nail in the coffin of Watchtower. That's what people got to remember. If this stuff is true, that is the case. But as we've learned throughout the last 3 or 4 years, you know, information is put out on mainstream media, and people buy into it really quick. And then as time goes on, they find out that the information was not true. So we have to look at it from both angles. Okay. So I was during the comment section on one of her videos, one of my friends said something about being fake. All right. And I told him, I said, we don't know for sure. We don't know. And no one knows the full story to this. And if you are somebody that says that you know the full story to this, then you're the conspiracy theorist, not me. All right. So this is how I look at it. One of my really good friends that I trust, who's an XJW, she did send me a message and said, Jimmy, Selena as a person and what she's gone through in her life it's a real trauma that she has gone through, that she knows her personally. Selena was married to her cousin. So she has become friends with Selena. And she said they never talked about their trauma or what exactly was their trauma. But because my friend said that, you know, she doesn't pry in other people's business like that, but she will help people along the way. Now, my friend, I'm not going to mention her name, but she's been with me ever since I woke up from Watchtower. She's one of the moderators on one of my groups. So I completely trust her in what she's saying. Now, she hasn't said anything to me about houses burning down or anything like that. I haven't asked. I will. But what I'm doing is I'm trying to get in touch with Selena. I sent her a message the other night and also sent her a video, one of the videos I did, so she knows that I'm legit. And I haven't received a response. My friend has reached out to her to tell her about me and still no response. Then I had another friend that reached out to her, and the only thing that she responded back with was, is he a podcaster? That was it. And so I've actually sent a Facebook message to her ex-husband to see if he could help me get in touch with her. Because if that's the case, I'm going down to Lumberton and I'm going to do an interview with her. And that's the thing that needs to happen, is that there needs to be, there's way too many questions and not enough answers. Now, what do we know? We know that Watchtower is evil. We know that they're involved in trafficking. We know that they're involved in pedophilia. We know all that. And we also know that there's been some folks who have been targeted by Watchtower because, well, we've already made the connection that Watchtower is deep state, and that's what they do. Anybody ever heard of Hillary Clinton? So they go after people. So she may be in a situation to where maybe she can't reach out to me. And I understand that. But for everybody to start jumping the gun on this and that, you don't know. You have to let time go by for things to come out. And here's another thing that a lot of people may not think about. And I put a post out about 3 hours ago about this. Every XJW YouTuber has went out and made a video about this. Not a single one of them has the evidence and the proof. I did not do a video. Why? Because I'm trying to get to the source to get the information that is correct. And how do we know, knowing how evil Watchtower is, this is just complete speculation on my part, but how do we know that this wasn't set up to make the apostates look foolish? Think about it. If it was, I'm not saying it is, but let's just say it was, Watchtower could right now be up in their little ivory towers looking at everybody and saying, look at all these apostates fighting each other. They're so stupid. That's a very possible thing that could happen. People have to understand that we're not dealing with just regular wicked. We are dealing with evil people, and they will do anything at all, even if it means throwing one of their own under the bus to manipulate, control us. They will do anything they can. And right now, Watchtower is in panic mode. And the reason you're not hearing anything out of Pennsylvania right now is because everything is in a grand jury. Grand juries, if they are conducted correctly, do not leak information. So right now, we can take it at face value. You know, Reese said, oh, use your discernment and agree with what she... No, we're not going to do that because we've been fooled many, many times on stuff. How many? I don't care what y'all think about Lloyd Evans or whatever, but that's a whole nother story. But y'all know how, those who follow me know how I feel about that. So Watchtower could be at play here, or they couldn't. We don't know. And that's kind of my take on that.
Well, that's a good take, Jimmy. No, that's I took the same road you did. I wasn't going to comment on it. I wasn't going to come on. People asked me a couple of days ago, come on and talk about it, Rick. No, I don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. I still don't know. And what you just said at the end there concerning it could be like an Alfred Hitchcock ending. I don't know what the Watchtower is doing either. But for Reese to come on here and totally discredit people who were thinking that it's not true, that's foolish of him. I mean, I thought he was smarter than that, you know, really.
Yeah, excuse me, Rick.
Yes.
Yes. Hi, it's Steve. First off, with Reese referencing that, how do we know it's true? Because she said so. If you went to court and said, ask anybody, well, how do you know it's true? And you reference someone that said so, that would be absolute zero proof. So that he would even use that as an example shows his extreme ignorance and incompetence. And exactly like the gentleman that just spoke and the points that you're bringing out, we don't know. And really the correct word would be allegedly. Allegedly this happened because it can relieve the liability of you coming on here and saying this actually happened. No, it's alleged that this happened. Yes. Do I believe it's a possibility? Absolutely. As Reese was trying to indicate that people are part of the Watchtower? No, that's not true. Regardless of what the situation is, it has to be alleged that it happened to relieve any liability from you. What she said, yes, she said it. You present what she said as you did, and people can take it from there. But Reese's reference as to we know it happened because she said so, try to take that to court and see how far it goes. I mean, Reese is nothing but a bunch of self-proclaimed whatever he wants to talk about. He's an authority in everything, so he thinks and proclaims to try to impress himself. So, no, what you're saying, Rick, is absolutely true, and the gentleman that just spoke is absolutely true too. So, yeah, Rick, and the way Reese busted into your show, total lack of any type of professionalism. And if Reese feels he has a very valid point and he feels he has proof, then I think that he should just bring it out on his own show if he even has one. If he has one, I'm not aware of it. And as far as claiming that he never heard of Erwin Zalkin, I mean, that right there is a weird statement. Anybody who's following the society as allegedly as closely as he has, and you haven't heard of Erwin Zalkin, again, I think Reese is just off his meds.
Well, I have to say that that's not normal. I mean, Reese normally is a little inflammatory and a little bit too forward, but I mean, that's over the top. He doesn't have all the information. I'm seeing things here from Selena's TikTok. I got in there and viewed some of her videos and read some things about it. She's making incredibly outlandish remarks. Now, just get back to the Zalkin law firm. She's claiming that the Zalkin law firm is deliberately hiding victims coming out and speaking against the pedophilia in the Watchtower. She claims...
Rick, can I say something about that?
Yeah, go ahead, Tony. Yep. I'm Jimmy. I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's fine. I wish I had the information in front of me, but I have heard that you got to be careful with trusting Zalkin. You know, some of these DAs and prosecutors are paid off to do the higher ups biddings. So you never know. Like I said, I want to believe these people, but I'm not naive enough to think that some people can't be bought off. With the right amount of money, anybody can be bought off. So I'm just kind of wondering, why haven't we heard more come out from the Zalkin law firm? We haven't. Or maybe that information has been transferred to the Pennsylvania grand jury and we're just not going to find out about it until the cases are over.
Well, Jimmy, some of the things she said, I mean, that's outlandish to me that Zalkin is actually involved in a conspiracy. He's working along with the Watchtower to cover.
It could be the case.
It could be. I mean, it sounds outlandish, but also, I mean, she also mentioned another TikTok video I saw and read about that Watchtower is murdering people, and they're scrubbing it off on Google. They're not letting her really speak too much about it. But then she talks about Watchtower burning down her house twice to cover up what she's trying to speak out against. And then they tried to poison her. And she said that match video when Tony Morris came on with that infamous video he did blowing the match out and saying, this is how people who don't want to worship Jehovah, this is what's going to happen to them in Armageddon. Then he blows on the match and, poof, up in smoke, he says, and he starts laughing. So she said, I mean, this is a known fact. I'm not making this up. She said that was a code, or that was some type of a signal to give to Watchtower agents to come burn her house down. I have a hard time with that, Jimmy. I'm sorry,
I mean, I agree with you. Rick. There is some outlandish stuff out there. But the thing is, too, a lot of times the true information is scarier than fiction. If people actually knew some of the crap that goes on in this world, they would lose their damn minds. They would. I mean, seriously. I mean, I've seen it since all this researching that I've done. I don't put nothing past anybody at the moment. And what you have to do, seriously, folks, you have to let time go by. When a news story breaks, you need to give it 24 to 72 hours before you pass judgment on a story. Because again, propaganda is flashy. It's sensational. People want to talk about it. But it takes a while for the truth to come out. And that's what we have to wait on this. And I'm telling you guys, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to use my connections to get in touch with her so that I can make the trip down to Lumberton, or she can come up here, either way, and interview her, have a conversation with her. That's what I'm trying to do, because it's very vital for the XJW community to know if this stuff is true with what she's saying. And I can guarantee you that I will, if I get the opportunity to interview her, I will ask the right questions to get the information.
I know you will, because you're a very reasonable-minded, straightforward person, Jimmy. And, a lot of people miss you. And, I'm going to talk to you later, too, maybe this winter, if you want to do a couple of programs. YouTube has been a little nice to me lately. They really have. Because
I haven't spent any time in Facebook jail lately, so
they're backing off a little bit. I got a letter from them. I got a letter from YouTube, and they like the amount of views we're getting. They like the amount of videos that we're putting up, even though we're not monetizing them. They want us to monetize because they'll make money, but I see no reason to do that. I'm not trying to make money off of this, but they've been kind of hanging around the Six Screens lately, and they're more or less saying what the letter said is you can have people come on and talk, but they can't present it as fact. If they say, this is my opinion, or this is what I feel, they're willing to go along with that. Yeah, so isn't that something? So, in the fall or winter, if you'd like to come back and do some more programming, you're certainly welcome.
Yeah, I would say probably in the fall, because I've got to finish up the summer and yard work, and then I'm getting ready to go to a rock concert in 2 weeks. I'll be there for 4 days, and so probably at the end of maybe sometime in October, I'll be willing to do that. Bring the girls back and maybe bring the big picture back if you'd like to.
Oh yeah, no, we can do that. It's up to me, but I feel more comfortable now at YouTube. They kind of told me what I was doing wrong, so I'm willing to listen to them. So that's good. Thank you, Jim.
I'm going to tell you, I got a lot of stuff I can talk about.
Well, I know you do. You get a lot to talk about. There's a lot happening, and especially this coming year, I don't think you'll ever stop talking. It's going to be unreal. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell everybody right now, this next year, you think things have been crazy now? Wait until from here on out, things are just going to get crazier. I'm just letting y'all know. Just letting you know.
Yeah.
It's going to get crazier.
Well, I believe you. I'm not.
Hey, Rick.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, you're on with us. Go ahead. Who's this, Debbie?
Okay. I haven't listened to all of Selena's videos or anything, but I've been saying for 23 years that my dad was killed by this organization, by some higher up, because back in 1993, he and another brother were exposing pedophilia to the authorities secretly. And I was part of that group. And both of these brothers, my dad and his best friend, died within 1 week of each other under suspicious circumstances. And somebody got careless, and I found a crumpled piece of like a tablet paper, and it had a listing of like 36 different drugs on it that together were poison. And my dad had told me that this, he didn't say exactly how, but he told me he knew too much and that they were going to get rid of him. And lo and behold, every single thing he told me happened exactly. My mom wouldn't even let them do a toxicology report, exam on my father. She wouldn't let them touch him because the elders told her, do not let them do it. And it never made any sense to me why they wouldn't do a toxicology exam or an autopsy on him. That was the thing is, even before his heart stopped beating, they were there from the funeral home to take his body and cremate him immediately. There was no waiting or anything. It was, even then I was upset because my mother would not listen to anything I said. And nobody really believed me. And I did come on your show many, many, many years ago and talk about this. And I know a lot of people probably thought I was nuts, but I don't doubt that anything is possible with them. Anything. I don't. But then the way the whole world is going, it's like that. So anyway, that's all.
Well, Debbie, how'd you feel? How'd you feel about Selena's video there? How did you react to that? Do you believe it all or what?
Honestly, I'm not going to say yes or no. I believe a lot of it. Yeah, I really do, because I believe that there are murders going on. I do believe that. And hey, I got trapped in my van that went up in flames with me trapped in it. So there's fire and there's murder right there. And that's all just in my life. So honestly, I believe anything she said is very possible.
Wow, that's
interesting.
Don't put anything past Watchtower.
Exactly. They are evil. Just like Jimmy said, we're dealing with evil. This is not just regular, normal bad stuff, which bad stuff shouldn't be normal, but this is beyond that. This is evil.
Yep.
And I've lost my home. I've lost my husband. I've lost my son. I've lost everything. And I ended up in another city because I ended up going and hiding for a while, but it didn't matter. I've been in intensive care so many times from so many things that were just unbelievable, even to me. And I was like, what is going on? But I was in one of those first groups. I had a target on my back for a long time, but now there's so many other people coming out. I'm so glad, because it doesn't make me look like such a idiot now, because everybody is verifying all this is going on. And a lot of us have been, like I said, 23 years I've been saying this. And even my brother, who was disfellowship many years before any of this happened, he even was like, oh, they don't do that. I'm like, oh, yeah, they do. And he doesn't want to hear the word Watchtower or Jehovah's Witness. And neither does my daughter. They despise them, especially, and my daughter, she don't want anything to do with, she says religion is horrible. I said, you're right. Religion is the bane of humankind, but that doesn't take away that we still have a creator, a spiritual father. I totally believe in God. I believe in Jesus. But my daughter has been so hurt by it. She has closed her mind and heart off of anything. Her God is just the earth. She said the earth can kill you. The earth can save you. She's got a point.
Well, Debbie, always good to hear your story, and you might have been ahead of your time. I mean, we're starting to hear things now. They're coming to fruition. Well, you're on the 6 screens, JW World News. That's the news the Watchtower doesn't want us talking about. But boy, I'll tell you, we got quite the conversation going. Selena, well, she had the video this week. You heard her, right? And, well, whether you want to take it and say it's 100% true, I mean, it's up to you. I hope it's true. I think most people listening to this program hope it is, but there's just some things, as we said, that is a little problematic. But, you know, maybe even if Jimmy can interview her, that would be beautiful. Jeez, if Jimmy could interview.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Is there anything, and I don't know because I've been out of the loop a little bit, but is there anything going on with Watchtower right now that we don't know about, or that they might, or that may have been in the news, but they want to tamp it down or anything? Is there anything that they would want a distraction from other than their failing assemblies? I haven't heard anything yet.
Well, I would have to say that they are really on guard. So something I've noticed as of late, Jimmy, is a lot of people are protesting. That never was in. People didn't want to protest for anything. But now all of a sudden we see all of these people wanting to come out and protest. That's irritating the Watchtower. They know that really could be the death nail. You have all of these people that have been hurt, and now they're coming out in public and they're being known to expose the Watchtower. That's one thing they're concerned about. And another thing they're concerned about, Jimmy, is that the governing body members are not being received well. They really realize that even the witnesses are starting to say these are our leaders. They are in deep doo-doo with the governing body members being exposed. These guys are not in any way connecting with the witness world. Yeah.
You know, Rick, there's another thing that these evil people do as well. Not just Watchtower, but the whole worldwide cabal, deep state crap. Y'all know what I talk about. But one thing that they do is they have no problem in public shaming somebody or throwing one of their own under the bus. They will eat their own, literally. So, I mean, this could be, you never know, but this could be something to try to, put all the focus on Toni Morris while we do this over here, and then everybody's talking about Toni Morris and no one's focused on what Watchtower is actually doing.
Well,
our job.
I like your angle. You always have another angle to come in with. And Jimmy, I'm not saying that they wouldn't do something like this. You're right.
Hey, Rick, I'm telling you, you just don't know.
Okay,
hey, Rick, can I make one more comment?
Debbie, I'm going to hold off for you right now because we have so many people want to talk in. But hang in. We're going to go to 720. 720, come on with us.
Hey there, Rick. It's Dan.
Yes,
I just wanted to say regarding this woman, Elaine from JW Escape did some research on her, and she said that she is a doctor of dystopian dysfunction. She's very brilliant, and she has an impressive resume. So she researched her and said she's the real deal as far as, because she said she was a doctor and this and that. But she is that. So that's one piece of the evidence, you know what I mean, that, that gives her some credibility. That's very impressive resume. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it is interesting, Dan. And, I did research as well, and I really appreciate Elaine. She does a great job. But also I've been trying to find as much out about Selena as I possibly could. And also coming up this week, I found a corporation in Bocalia. I believe that's how you pronounce it, Bocalia, Florida. And this was actually, well, she started a foundation called the Arc Light Foundation, Inc. And Selena is actually listed as a president, and there are two others listed as corporate members. Now, what's strange about this, the website, Arc Light, that's the name of the website, ARCLIGHT, Arc Light, talks about rescuing victims from trafficking, but is written in a strange manner. It's speaking about things like having a mansion for victims to recover. I find that odd. I know she, I mean, I know she does evidently. I have a doctorate degree, I believe. I'll go with that. But, you know, to have a mansion for trafficked people to actually recover in a mansion, that's a little bit weird. So I did a little more digging, and the actual address of this website, it traces it back to a residence in a trailer in Bocalia, Florida. Now, that's odd. That's very, very odd to me. There's not a lot to go on here, but you know, this idea of recovering people who've been trafficked and sexually abused, of having a mansion to recover in. I mean, unless I'm reading it wrong, maybe the word mansion has a different meaning. But when I say mansion to you, Dan, what does that mean?
Yeah, mansion, a big house. And I agree, Rick. I think you have a balanced approach. And I think, you know, a good judge, not like Reese, where you're one-sided and narrow, you know, you got to hear both sides. I'm sorry. A good judge listens to both sides, and you're innocent. Tony's innocent until proven guilty. And I'm like you, Rick. I want to believe, man, when I heard this girl, I did a little bitty video, just, you know, recording some of Kimmy's stuff on there and put it out. And I was like, just for exposure. But I said, hey, we don't know. Innocent till fucking proven guilty. Sorry, Rick. Sure. But, you know, that's our system. That's our law system. It isn't the other way. It isn't just make a bunch of accusations. And I was like you. I heard the part of her saying she got her house burned down. Then it was two houses. And, you know, the way she did it with the match, when she blew, and I'm not saying it's not true, but she just says, you know, when Tony blew out that match, my house got burned down or something, or Tony set an order to burn my house down. And I was like, whoa. So, you know, in a sense, Rick, I'm just saying it's kind of over the top, you know, and I agree with Jimmy. The truth can be crazier than fiction, you know, but you know that you know that you know that you know, you can't say that. You can't say absolutely. So
when you talk about lost souls, you're on a network here that's about Watchtower corruption and Silent Lambs, 40,000 children raped, and they're defending the Watchtower and Tony Morris. I mean, if that doesn't tell you how clueless these people are, or that Rick is an agent working for the Watchtower, a controlled opposition agent, I don't know what else.
Is this Reese again?
Well, yep, it's me again. When I just happened to tune in for a minute when I heard
you are like off the rails tonight.
You're defending the Watchtower. You're defending the Watchtower that defends child rapists.
Listen here, Reese.
On a network that's supposed to be about exposing corruption in the Watchtower. This is incredible. This is unbelievable. Rick's network.
You are nowhere near as awake as you think you are.
And he's actually defending it. He's running. He's running cover for the Watchtower corruption. This is amazing.
No.
Reese, let's all talk
and
nice.
By the way, can I address what you said? Can I address what you said?
Let's talk.
You said.
Let's talk.
What he said was that Reese is not a judge. Reese didn't say he was a judge. Reese is like anyone else that would hear a woman's testimony and evaluate it. That testimony was absolutely credible, and she didn't say Tony
Let me
Morris
ask you one
was a
question.
rapist.
Let me ask you one question. One question.
Go ahead.
Could you be wrong?
Wrong about what? About what?
About everything you said.
Be specific.
Could you be wrong?
No. Don't say everything. Be specific. Wrong about what? Here's what I said. Let me tell you what I said if you can. Here's what I said.
Oh, what
the woman's testimony is extremely credible, number one. Number two, she did not accuse Tony Morris of being a rapist himself. She said he was enabling. He was the one responsible for the rape of myself and other girls. So that's clear. She did not accuse him of being the rapist. Am I clear or not?
I agree on that. She didn't say that.
Okay, and you don't find her credible. You're telling me you don't find her credible based on the way she presented herself.
I'll answer this way. I'll answer that this way. How do we know she's credible? Where's the proof?
Listen, listen. If you
Where's
know
the
she's
proof,
credible
Reese?
by hearing what she
Where's
said,
the proof?
you have
to make
no
that
discernment
statement?
whatsoever. You have no
it's not
discernment
about discernment.
whatsoever.
That's
You know
what's
how they
gotten a lot of people in trouble anyway. That's what's gotten a lot of people
godly
in trouble.
discernment gets you in trouble. Godly discernment.
I didn't say
gets you in trouble.
godly
Is that what
discernment.
you're
I
saying?
just regular discernment.
Oh,
You
so
just
what's
threw
the
that
difference
in there.
between regular discernment and godly discernment? What's the difference? Would you please explain to the audience that's listening? What's the difference?
You can
There is
discern
no
something
difference.
without thinking about God.
There is
Reese.
no difference. There is no difference.
You need to look up the definition
you
of it.
have no discernment, or you're running cover for the Watchtower. It's one or the other. Because anybody who
after everything I've gone through, you're going to accuse me of running cover for Watchtower? Are you freaking serious?
How do I know
now?
you're not lying about your story? How do I know your story's not a lie?
Because I've been straight up honest with everybody that I've talked to in
Oh,
videos
really?
I've
You've
done.
been straight up honest. Wow, that really proves it. What was your story?
And
Tell
I
me
bring
what happened
evidence
to
of my stuff.
you.
Have you not watched my shows?
What was? No, I haven't. They're not worth watching.
Then you have
What
no place
happened
to talk about anything. God,
what
dude.
happened to you? Why don't you share with the audience right now what happened to you? What happened?
What do you mean?
But
What
you
happened?
can't even present. You just
What do you
said
mean? What
you don't know
happened?
what happened to me, and then you said what happened. You just said out of your own mouth, you don't know what happened to me, and I asked you what happened, and now you say I can't answer what happened. Man, you're really clueless.
I asked you, Reese, what are you in particular referring to? What happened to me? I could tell you anything as far as that's concerned. But if you're talking about Watchtower, what happened with me in Watchtower?
You're talking out of both sides of your mouth. You're definitely like a Jehovah's Witness. You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth.
Oh my!
You said to me, Reese, you
I'm
don't
gonna
know
tell
what
you
I went
now.
through.
If you were right in front of me, I just
What
punched
did you
you
go
right straight
through?
up. That's
What did you go through? Listen, come to New York City anytime. I'll meet you at Strawberry Fields. Anytime, I'll meet you here, and I'll buy you a hot dog. I'll buy you a hot dog afterwards.
Sound like Joe Biden.
I'll buy you a hot dog at Gray's Papaya afterwards.
Well, Reese, now hold on one second, Reese. Jimmy's not trying to pick a fight with you. And just calm down.
He just did, Rick. You heard what he said.
I would punch him.
But
you
no,
heard what he said.
Jimmy, you're a little off the rails too.
well, let's just
He
let
escalated into
talking
threats, Rick.
Only because Reese went on the attack mode. And here's the thing: if somebody goes on attack mode to me, I'm gonna go right back at them. But the thing with me is I can't be reasonable.
I was simply asking you a question and you couldn't answer it. Hey, who in the audience heard Jimmy say, you don't know what I've been through? And then I said to him, well, explain to me what you've been through. And then he goes, I don't know what you're talking about. You're clueless, Jimmy. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Reese, he asked
that
you a
forgot
question.
more than you know.
Reese, Jimmy asked you a question.
Wow.
You never answered it. Jimmy asked you.
What was the question, Rick? What was the question?
Well,
you
now
tell me. What was that question?
slow down and let Jimmy ask it again. Let him.
There we go. Now Rick's being evasive. Now Rick's being What was the question, Rick?
The question
was
can you say with proof that this woman is telling the absolute truth?
And I answered that question. I said what she said, and let me be clear what she said and what she didn't say. She did not accuse Tony Morris of being a child rapist himself, but I said her testimony was absolutely credible. Absolutely. That's what I said. I didn't go beyond that. I didn't accuse Tony Morris of being a rapist. I said, Tony Morris, Rick, when I called your program, what did I say? Tony Morris is like the Catholic bishop that cover up child abuse.
Hello, can I speak?
Let the lady speak,
Yes,
Reese. Now let the lady speak, Reese. Treat her with some dignity, Reese. Let the people speak.
I just did, Rick. I just yielded to her, and I was silent. What are you talking about, Rick?
Let the lady speak. Go ahead, miss. Go ahead and speak up.
I did. I was silent, and I was waiting for her to speak until you started with your blather. Go ahead. I'm listening now. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So, I was sexually abused as a child by, someone in the Watchtower. So this fight is literally one of mine.
Don't worry.
And I want
I'm
to
doing
believe
God's
everything
work
that
here.
Selena
These
says.
are-
However,
these
have
are
you
real
watched
people.
every single TikTok that she has made?
Let's listen.
Every single one of them? Because I did. I
These are
spent
people.
one afternoon
And I
watching
don't-
that.
Yeah, we got the network component.
Yeah, well, Reese is not even listening. See what I mean? He's talking to somebody on the phone. He's
He's talking to somebody
No,
else.
I was at Rick, I was listening with one ear. and Florida. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Okay. So
Go ahead,
as I
I'm
was
listening.
asking, have you watched every single TikTok that she has made? Every single one of them? Because I really want to believe her testimony, and she seems really, really truthful when she goes after Tony Morris on that video. Okay? I want to believe that video. With every single cell of my body, I want to believe that. But have you watched every single video that she has made and she put on her TikTok? She looks and sounds like a lunatic. I'm sorry, but that's true. She sounds like a commercial. No offense to her. I like her videos. I've watched every single one of them when I was waking up. But she sounds like a lunatic.
Wow.
Well, I mean, you have your right to, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's, but it's hard to really, base whether something's true or not because of the way a person looks. But she doesn't.
Hello, can I?
Go
No,
ahead.
I understand. But the way that she answers questions on TikTok, people question her, and then she posts the reply, the rebuttal to questions, and then the way that she answers the questions, she sounds like a lunatic.
Well, no, in
She
fact,
sounds like she doesn't know exactly what is going on, what she's talking about.
well, sister, I have to tell you what, that's one of the things that disturbed me too. When people say, well, give us the evidence, give us the information that you have, she says, well, research it on your own.
Right, she said Google it.
Yeah,
Google it.
Google it.
How
Google.
we gonna Google
I mean,
it
if you have a bone to pick and you really legitimately know it's a bone to pick, and someone asked you about it, you'd address it. She doesn't do it. Google it is her answer. Hey, we want to listen to Michael coming in from Michigan. Go ahead, Michael.
Well, just a real quick question, Rick. You said this and another few. I want to know. I don't understand. Why do you keep saying, I hope it's true? Why do you hope this is true, that a bunch of children got raped and possibly murdered? Why do you want that to be true?
Well,
I hope that what she has against Tony Morris is true, because if she does what she does have against him is true, finally we're gonna see the Watchtower crumble. That's why I hope it's true, because I'm a
Okay,
big
so the Watchtower can crumble and some kids got raped, but it's okay to sacrifice them before the Watchtower.
Well, Mike,
Can I answer that?
Mike, you're talking apples. Oh, hold on one. Oh, hold on 1 second. Mike, you always are you. What school did you go to, anyways? I mean, I'm beginning to really wonder. I always thought.
You said, I just asked a simple question, Rick. You said, I hope this is true.
Well,
Why
yeah,
would you
but
hope
then
her
but then
story
you
is
but
true? Can I answer
but,
that?
but then you added another statement that so you're hoping children were raped. That you inserted that. This woman's not hoping children were raped. She's hoping
No,
it's.
I know.
Yeah.
You hope the story is true, so you hope that if these kids didn't get raped, that means they're not true.
No. Can I answer this, Rick?
You want to bring the Watchtower?
Let Jimmy answer it. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Here's the reason why we hope this is true. It's not because we want little kids raped. That's stupid. Okay? That's just gaslighting people. Seriously, that's what that is. The reason we hope this is true is because it will lead to other people in the Watchtower organization. You think Tony Morris is the only... Hold on. I'm not done. Hold on.
You know why it's not true? Because I hope the kids didn't get raped. So I guess I'm a bad person because I hope they didn't get raped. I hope it's not true.
Wow, did I strike a nerve?
I hope it's not true. I'm a bad person.
I hope that what she's saying is true, because then finally we're going to have some proof against Tony Morris and against the Watchtower. We don't hope
exactly.
No, there's no worry. Where do you know where the fuck they live? Go to his house and shit.
Wow.
Listen, she has the same. That Mike has the same attitude as Reese. See how belligerent they are. They can't come on and have a normal conversation.
They're not thinking about a bigger picture here. If this is true, then like I said, that means Tony Morris is guilty. If it's true, that means he's guilty. But do you really think he's the only one involved in this?
Oh no.
It would go higher up. It would go higher up, and it would implicate other higher ups in Watchtower.
Yeah, Jimmy. See,
Hello?
see, if people could just come on. Now, listen, let's all do this. Let's all calm down, and we can all talk about this. We don't have to yell and scream. Jimmy's being peaceful. I'm trying to be peaceful. Let's all be peaceful. Mike and Reese, they weren't peaceful. They weren't peaceful. Let's be peaceful, and we'll give you a word. Go ahead. You're on, sister, with us. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Kelly. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kelly, go ahead.
Yes, I'm out of Wilmington, North Carolina, about an hour from Lumberton, and I just wanted to give what my opinion is of her TikTok video.
Yes.
I'm also a survivor of child abuse, and there's a lot of anger. I sense a lot of anger in her voice because she's been traumatized, since she was a child. But what I deem from her video is that Toni Morris, to me, she's saying he is the ringleader of the sexual exploitation of children in the organization. That's what I got from it. And I remember when in Pennsylvania, when they said that they were going to subpoena every elder in Pennsylvania, that is when Toni Morris got removed, because Toni Morris was an elder in Pennsylvania back in the day. So I put two and two together. Everybody was saying Toni Morris, it was because of alcohol. I knew it wasn't that, because every elder in Bethel was an alcoholic. And
I know that.
Yeah, so I knew it wasn't alcohol. I said to myself, I wonder if he has something to do with the CSA cases. And in her video, she said that in California and Pennsylvania, it was under investigation, and he is at the center of it. So I believe what she's saying, not because I've watched some of her videos, because I've been traumatized sexually as well in the organization, and there is so much anger in her, and she feels that it's taken too long, and she went there to let them know he's there and what he's done, and to protect the children that are there in that congregation. Can she go to the police? I don't think she can, because it's under investigation. The cases in California and in Pennsylvania. Now that's just my opinion, and I'm not saying I hope that is true because the children are getting hurt, but I hope it's found out to be true so that Watchtower can fall, because I am so sick and tired of children being hurt, and these elders and these governing body members portraying Watchtower as a religion when it is not. It is a business, and we are learning that it's a business of sexual exploitation of children, and it needs to stop. So that is why I hope that what she is saying is legitimate, so that Watchtower can be taken down, and so that everybody can serve the time, and justice can be given to all victims in the organization. And that's just my opinion.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Kelly. Now, that was and thank you for being nice and calm. And I appreciate you coming on time. Well, thank you, Kelly. You're a fine woman. Now, don't you be a stranger. You come back and see us again.
Oh, I won't. I love your show. I love your show. I've been trying to get on it, but this right here, I said I've got to get in and say something. I'm planning to go visit Lumberton because I want to see Toni face to face.
Well, you're a courageous woman. Thank you very much, Kelly. Good to hear from you. Thank you.
Hi, Rick. It's the Canadian protester.
Okay. In fact, Canadian protester, we are in the middle of a heated conversation on Selena.
Yes.
Coming on this week with a YouTube. Did you have any comments on that at all?
Well, yes, I do want to say one thing in regards to people within the organization, men and women, and people outside of the organization, men and women. There's been so much damage done that there's a lot of mental illness on both sides of the fence, okay? And even on top of the fence. So when these things start to happen, I notice a lot of victim blaming, whereas we have to understand that a lot of those brothers who are in these high positions are also mentally deranged. And so anything is possible. But I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. All I want to say is this. Let's focus on the facts. What Kelly said is 100% correct, that Selena is upset, rightfully so, and she is an adult and she can do what she wants. And so I think we need to just really watch out about conspiracies and starting to point fingers. I think we need to focus on facts, be loving, and just get out there and start protesting instead of complaining and fighting amongst ourselves.
Well, there you go. We love
I am
protest.
again stunned. Rick, I am
Mm-hmm.
again stunned. This is an advocate up in Canada that I imagine is involved with Watchtower corruption and child abuse. And here she's saying, let's not get ourselves all upset about this now. Let's not be too critical of the Watchtower. I mean, this woman came out, she was raped. She was raped as a child along with other girls that she knows. And she knows Tony Morris.
I'm saying I believe her. I'm saying I believe her. I believe her.
All right, well, do you understand people who are on this network just an hour ago telling you that they don't believe her?
You're on crack, buddy. Get off the crack pipe and stop it. Go away. You don't know me.
I mean, in other words, I'm spending too much time. I'm spending too much time.
I am a protester and I'm using love.
You're a narcissist.
I gotta go.
You're a narcissist.
No,
you're a narcissist.
No, you're a malignant narcissist, and you got to get your head out of your ass. Bye.
Wow.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Wow.
Well, we'll get you come in. We'll get you to come in here in a little bit and talk about the protest. It's been a heated discussion here tonight. Reese has been coming in and creating some issues here. He's not, for some reason, Reese is not normally Reese tonight. He seems to have taken a different position on things. He thinks that all of us on here are in support of Watchtower and we're all some type of operative. So we'll get you on here, Canadian protester, here in just a little bit.
Rick Barron has unmasked himself.
Big bad Reese.
Sure.
All right. Now,
Big bad Reese has come out.
Now, if Reese, if you can come on and act like a gentleman and talk in a reasonable fashion without having anger in your voice, I'd love to hear what you have to say, but I can't have you come on here yelling and screaming and intimidating our audience. Come in and be a gentleman for a change. Be a gentleman, Reese. So do that in a nice fashion. I'll let you on, okay?
Rick, hey Rick.
Yes.
Rick.
Oh God.
Saying be a gentleman.
Yeah. All right. So let's go. We got a bunch of callers coming in. I want to get back to protester too. I appreciate her coming on and
Rick.
Talk to things.
Rick has no passion when it comes to child rape. He doesn't care about child rape. He wants to just move on
dude,
now. And let's make it.
Well, see, that's
Hey, Rick?
Yes, Dan.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one more point, Rick. You know what's interesting too? You know, when I heard the lady talk, I believed it like Reese. I really did. I was like, wow. I could see the anger. I could see a person that's been abused, and I felt it like that. And then, but you know, like you say, you look at the evidence. You know, you can't go run with emotion. But here's one thing I want to say. I got to say this. She said she went to the FBI. She said she's working with Pennsylvania. She said she's working with California. Now, here's my thing. Here's where it comes into question again. A lot of times when you work with the police, with the FBI, and she says it on that video that says her house got burnt down, and she says she's working with Pennsylvania, and she says she's working with California, usually there's a hush thing. I understand maybe she's gone over the edge and she's taken it in her own hand. It's taken too long. That's what she said. But usually there's kind of a gag thing where you let things kind of work. You know, when you go to the authorities, they say, okay, keep it on the down low and let us go from here. I'm just saying that's something that I thought about, just logically thinking that I know I've talked to police before and they said, let us handle it from here. Drug dealers, let us take it from here. And they kind of keep it. But for her to come out like that all over all the channels seems like that would be an opposition to what an FBI or a police, unless she just gone over the edge. So anyway, that's my thought, Rick.
Oh, good thought, Dan. Thank you
That
very
was
much.
utter nonsense, by the way, Rick. Utter nonsense. In other words, she should just keep her mouth shut and just go away quietly, right?
No.
Who are these morons?
It's called a non-disclosure agreement.
These are absolute morons.
That's not keeping your mouth quiet. That's being wise, Reese.
What did you just
and
say?
I agree.
What did you just say?
She said she went to the FBI, she went to Pennsylvania, she went to California, she went to the police. From that point, you don't have to make a lot of noise. You don't.
No,
you let them work it out.
She couldn't confront Tony Morris now. She shouldn't go and confront Tony Morris, who was aiding and abetting rape of children now. No, she shouldn't do that. That's making a big deal over it, right? You are totally clueless, sir. You are totally clueless. And I can tell you one thing. God would have nothing to do with you. God would vomit you out of his mouth. He would vomit you out of his mouth.
Reese, excuse me.
Back to your concert, Reese.
Right.
Reese, excuse me for
We're
1 second.
talking child rape here, folks.
Reese.
We're talking child rape.
We are talking
And
child
these
rape.
people don't give a damn about it.
All right, Reese, just slow down for a second, Reese. Let me ask you a question. Listen, you can. Nobody said on here tonight they totally disbelieve this woman. You're the only one that came on that say you totally believe her. So I mean, are you willing to eat crow if this thing backfires? Are you willing? Are you willing to eat crow, Reese?
Rick, here's what I'm going to say, Rick.
Yeah.
All right, Rick. How about this? How about this, Rick? Let me speak to you and your audience. I will make a money wager with Rick Ferrin on the air tonight. I have the cash. I don't even need to go to the bank. If it turns out her accusation is false, how much do you want to make it, Rick? 500, 1,000, 2,000?
No,
How much do you want to make
I
it?
don't bet. I'll bet you a hot dog. Okay?
Oh, now he doesn't bet. Now he doesn't bet.
So you just admitted you could be wrong.
Rick, please take control of the show. This is Scott from Florida. I didn't call into the show to hear him all night bash you when we all know that every one of us do not like child abuse. My wife and her sister were both abused by a brother in the congregation, and it affected my wife lifelong, and she's dead and gone. But the point is, nobody abides by this. If what the woman says is true, then great. Let's get it out. But I called into the show because I wanted to learn more about this, not listen to Reese all night long, Reese's Pieces, complain and bash Rick, because I know Rick is a family man. We have children, we have grandchildren. We definitely don't abide by any kind of child abuse. So don't accuse people of believing that. That's just totally a false narrative on your part. You're acting like a holier than thou, and I'm getting sick of listening to it. Okay? Please, Rick, don't let him controlling the show.
Hello, Rick.
That's all I got to say.
Rick,
Yeah,
I'm
Rick,
not
you
going to
said
stay
enough.
on for much longer.
Hey, Reese, maybe you
I'm
like
not going to
kids.
stay on for much longer.
You're repeating the same thing, Reese. Shut up. You're a narcissist. You're over the top. You're not God. You know, you need to take a break, dude. You're just making noise. And you're a narcissist. You want to be center of fucking attention. Get off. Take a break.
Can I
It's
say
time to
something?
shut up. We've already
Can I
heard you.
say
We've already
something?
heard you. You're on repeat. You're a record that keeps repeating itself. That's all you are. You're saying the same thing over and over. You're accusing people. You're a narcissist. Get off.
Excuse me. Can I say one thing in defense of Reese, please? Reese sounds extremely angry tonight. Maybe, just maybe, Reese has also been a victim of abuse, child sex abuse, or something that, and maybe this is his chance to come out and say something. And I'm not defending Watchtower at all, Reese. I've always loved you. I've always loved all of your shows. But you really seem angry. You seem hurt. And I'm sorry if this has happened to you. But none of us are defending Watchtower. None of us are defending child abuse. None of us are defending rape. And I know that on your shows in the past, you have actually exposed the child trafficking in your shows. You even talked about the kids being held in cages. I never forgot the things that you talked about. And I've always appreciated that. But, hon, you really seem more angry than I've ever heard you. And maybe you're talking out of pain. And that's understandable. But please just be respectful. You don't have to accuse everybody of coming up and saying they're defending Watchtower. You know that's not true. You know what? Rick has made all of this possible for all of us to come out and help each other. We don't have to attack each other. I went through a long time of just pure anger and hate.
All right, Debbie, we got to wrap it there. Thank you, Debbie, but we got to move on. We got so many people. We got it. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you. Okay, let's go to 614. You've been waiting for a while. You're on with a 614. What do you have to say? 614, you want to speak up? You're on with us if you want to. If not, let's go to 602. 602, you're on with us. Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, hey, Rick, you know how I'm a true gentleman because I wait until you call my name and you bring me on and this is Egypt for GB. Now, I don't know much about this subject, but right now on the chat, I just posted, let's see, only Anthony Morris. I want to ask you two things. One is, why is it that never, all of these PMOs and this girl and everybody else, they never mention Jarrett Loesch. They never mention David Splain. Jeffrey Jackson, Mark Sanderson, Samuel Hurd, and Stephen Ladd are completely avoided. Everything is with Anthony Morris. And I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking you why. Doesn't it seem kind of coincidental that everybody is dumping on Anthony Morris? And could that be a sign that this is what Watchtower wants? And the last thing, Rick, I want to ask you is that when they talk about credentials, Gilbert Gonzalez, GG for GB, on the 6 screens, I have credentials. I have a letter from Watchtower letterhead. It's a restraining order. And it says, Gilbert, if you enter our property, whether it's ours or rented, we will go after you with all love and Christian greetings, the governing body. So I have my ticket to I'm going to be buried with that letter, Rick, because I'm not going to go to hell. I got that letter. But this is the point. This is my question, Rick. Selena, come Monday morning, she better be served with a letter like mine. If Selena does not get a letter this week from Watchtower and has a restraining order because she's going to mow down Anthony Morris and she's going to the congregations and putting the Jehovah's Witness faithful in a very precarious situation. I don't understand why Watchtower would not do that, and that's just my question.
We need to stop Selena. We need to arrest Selena. Arrest Selena. Selena, she spoke out. Let's put her in jail. She's threatening Anthony Morris. Look at this.
You're not a gentleman. You do not talk. You're rude. Thank touchdown. I have been proven right. I'm a gentleman. I come on when I'm spoken to. You are rude. You have proven my point. You have come on your stay has been. You have overstayed your welcome, young man. You are rude. You have overstayed your welcome. I just asked those two questions. Why everything Anthony Morris and Selena, if she's telling the truth, will be served by Watchtower this week? That's all I'm saying. And if she's not served by Watchtower, why? And I hope to God Selena gets served by Watchtower with a restraining order, and that will also help me say, yes, Selena, you're on. You have the same letter I do. Congratulations. But you, sir, in New York City, do not have that letter. But I do. I, the GG for GB, have that letter. That's all, Rick. I'll see you later.
Well, no, that's good, Gilbert. Thank you for coming on. Let's go to 630 Chicago, Illinois. Come on, Chicago.
Hey, Rick. How's it going? It's Mark. How are you?
Yes, Mark. Yes, good. How you doing? All right?
How you doing tonight? I hope you're doing very well in every good and positive way. Sounds like you got quite a very interesting show tonight. Very interesting indeed. Yes. But yes, Rick, you're doing a great job, and I support you in everything. Regardless, you know exactly what's going on here, and from what it sounds like, what's going down here with everything in regards to the governing body member, former one, Tony Morris, that you're saying that he. If he's found guilty of doing whatever he did, that's going to cause the Watchtower to crumble completely. Is that correct, or did I misunderstand that?
I don't know if you came in. I don't know if you heard about the video there from the girl this week, Selena Vertolomo.
Oh no, not really. So
she came on TikTok and she was saying that Tony was somewhat involved with a sex ring. And so that's been the controversy.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, we hope it's true, but for some reason, it's some of the things you said might not be totally able to accept as truthful. But we're still, the jury's still out. So she's alleging that Tony was involved in some things, and it's caused a major controversy here tonight. And we have a man calling.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. So, but that happens. I mean, that happens in live programming. You're going to get some controversy. But anyways, that's what's going on. Yeah, listen to the program when it comes up on YouTube, and you'll see what they're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see it, or I can see it on Facebook. Either way.
Yeah. Either way, it's on Facebook too. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
So that's fine. I mean, I just wanted to, kind of get a clear picture. But if he is guilty, and that's going to cause the Watchtower to really crumble, that's good.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
really,
no,
really
well,
good.
it is good.
But,
We were all hoping that the woman is telling the truth. So thank you, Mark. You're on our team. Thank you.
I hope he pays the price if he is guilty and everything, the big time price. But yeah, Rick, before I go, I just let you know you're doing a great job. Your show's awesome. And I'll look forward, hopefully, I guess depends on the schedule of your future shows, but hopefully I look forward to getting on your show in the future with a very special topic in regards to bullying among religions and cults, and of course bullying among the Watchtower Society, because it's a very serious topic, and I think it definitely needs to be addressed.
Well, we'll be in touch, and when we can, Mark, we're going to get you on. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Rick. Thank you so very much, and God bless you. You have a great day.
Well, thank you, Mark. Well, there you go. Well, Reese is coming here tonight. I don't know. I mean, Debbie was right. Reese had this unbelievable tone of anger. My goodness. And then I couldn't really put pieces of what he was saying together. It wasn't making any sense.
It's called righteous indignation. To anyone with spiritual eyes to see, it's righteous indignation over Rick running cover along with other.
Time to shut up, retard.
Oh my God.
Retard.
The Watchtower.
I don't want to hear you, fucktard.
The Watchtower. Hello, people.
Retard.
He's supposed to be running a network on exposing the Watchtower, and he's running cover for it. He's attacking the child victim of rape.
Retard.
Well, you're.
Well, folks.
Hello, Rick.
Yeah, Kurt.
Hello, Rick.
Yeah, go ahead, Kurt.
Just one brief comment. I've been listening. What a program. Reese is very passionate. He's very, very, very smart. And there's many others on the program as smart. I got a direct question for you, Rick, because I'm a little bit
Reese
confused.
has got a moral compass, sir. Reese has got a moral compass. The guy that I was just on the phone with has no moral compass.
Okay.
He's a moral degenerate. He's a moral degenerate.
Reese, well, why if Reese could come on and just talk to people nice, he might get a little respect. He doesn't know how to talk to people. I don't know. I thought he really was smarter than that. He's disappointing me.
He's just really upset. I got a real quick question for you, Rick, because I don't know the answer to it. This woman, I would assume she has a case and she would go to a lawyer, and a lawyer would tell her, you either have enough proof, I'll take the case, or you don't have enough proof. I know I went through that myself one time. So I'm thinking, unless I missed something, did she go to any lawyers to begin with? And a lawyer or lawyers would tell her, I hear you, but you don't have enough proof to go forward in court against Tony Morris or any other people on her complaint. So answer that question for me, if you would. Has she exhausted the arrangement where she would go to a lawyer or lawyers and they would tell her whether she would have proof for a case in court? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if she went to lawyers, but she did evidently go to the police. From what I see, she claimed that she went to the police and went to the different officials. But whether she went to a lawyer or not, the first lawyer I would have got in contact with is Erwin Zalter.
Rick doesn't know. Rick, you don't even know you're hosting the program. You don't even know the facts. Why didn't you spend an hour on
research? We don't want to hear Reese. We don't want to hear Reese. It's not the Reese show.
Right.
Why don't you research?
Well, Reese is accusing me here. There's only so much to research.
Why don't you get your own show, Reese?
I only researched what I could find. I mean, I don't think Reese did his research. He's accusing us all here tonight of being Watchtower operatives of some type. and not being able to, he thinks we're covering this up and we're working for that is a bunch of baloney. I don't know if Reese's changed. I don't know what got into him. I know that, he did come on there a couple of weeks ago and said he's been really having some difficulties lately with his family. I don't know if somehow he's just got different. Reese is different to me here tonight. I don't know. I wish Reese.
Hi, Rick.
Yes.
Hi, Rick. Yeah, hi, it's Tim. Just quickly, the whole argument that Reese is presenting, he's missing the point. It's not about whether anyone believes the lady so much as to what you're allowed to say on YouTube in your show. The caller earlier said you have to say allegedly. Like, your show will get taken down if you accuse someone and you get you get a lawsuit or something about that. So it's not like we don't believe the lady. It's not like we do one way or the other, but you can't definitively say on your show that actually happened, what she's saying. That's the whole point. And then he's saying that we're all Watchtower operatives. Well, sorry, we don't like the way that he's acting. No one in the chat likes the way that he's acting. We don't want to hear it. It's like, if he's going to be reasonable, he should present a reasonable argument. But he's like, you have to believe her or else. I'd say that
I didn't. I presented a reasonable argument. I said exactly what I said several times over, and it was perfectly reasonable. I said, the girl said Tony Morris was involved, but she never accused him of being a child rapist. He was involved with the cover-up. What is it about that you can't get? What is it about that you don't get?
Hey, Reese, she did say he was a pedophile.
Wait, what are the words?
Okay, well,
what
listen.
are the words? No.
She said, I'll tell you now. No, she said, don't let any kids near Tony. So in that way, she said he's dangerous. That means she thinks he's dangerous around kids.
Racist.
Well, the implication is that he's
allow
a pedophile.
Him near children.
That aside, Reese, Rick can't make
that don't allow him near children.
Yes. But Rick can't say that definitively. It's his show. That's all it is. And everyone's side of you interjecting all the time. That's all I've got to say. Thanks, Rick. I appreciate
Well, you're very welcome, Tim. I really appreciate you calling. But I wish Reese could be more civil.
I mean, it's terrible. Reese is raising his voice. This is terrible.
Reese, if you could just be reasonable.
Block him, Rick. Why don't you block him tonight?
Because you don't understand. You don't listen. Excuse me. People say block. If I block him, nobody's going to come in. Okay. There's no way of doing it. So it sounds easy to do, but it's not. If I block him, I'll do it right now, and nobody's going to be able to speak. Is that what you want? I mean, we're just hoping that Reese can calm down a little bit. I don't know what's going on with him here tonight. He's not the normal Reese. I mean, he's always been a little agitated, but tonight he seems like something is just over the top here with him. Nobody here has accused this woman of lying. Nobody on this program has said that what she's saying is not totally truthful. Well, I have said that. Some of the things she's saying isn't totally truthful, but some of the things she's saying is right. So who'd like to speak up? Well, we're going to try to keep Reese off here. If he comes on, I'm going to try to keep blocking him. So go ahead. Who wants to speak up? You're on with us, right?
Hey, Rick.
Yes, Dan. Yep.
I got a question for you. Do you think this woman is a witness? I got it from the first video that she wasn't a witness, because the way she said, "I'm at your Kingdom Hall," I'm responding to GB's comments about the governing body's going to send her a letter or something, or should. But I didn't get it that she was a witness. The end of that video, she's like, "I'm at your Kingdom Hall." I guess this is a Christian Witness Kingdom Hall or something. Did you feel the same way, like she maybe wasn't a witness?
I didn't pick up on that, Dan.
Well, she didn't use Jehovah speak. She didn't use Jehovah speak. Do you think maybe she left the organization when she found out how corrupt it was, maybe many years ago? Do you think that's a possibility? No, that couldn't be the case.
Reese,
she must be a phony.
Reese, nobody said she was a phony. Why don't you just listen to what's being said. Now just listen. Nobody said she's a phony. Nobody said she's totally lying. All we're saying is there's a few things that didn't seem right. And I'll tell you what, I was hoping at first that she was 100% correct. Now I'm kind of hoping she's not, because you're going to have to eat some crow, buddy. You're going to have to eat some crow.
I'm curious is that Rick is spending most of his in the Watchtower and attacking the victim.
Nobody's attacking the victim. If you listen to the program, which you don't, you only come in from time to time. You go into concerts and you're all over the place. You don't even know who Zalkin is. That's a dead giveaway, Reese. If you're going to be an ex-Jehovah's Witness, be one. Stand up like a man. Stop this foolishness, you know? All right, we've got 203. Come in. Come on. We got Carrie coming in from New York. Go ahead, Carrie.
Hi, Rick. I was wondering, for the benefit of the people that have just come on the past half hour or so, can you replay that video of Serena? I think it might sharpen this up a little bit more.
All right. I mean,
because when you see something once, sometimes you miss something. And since we've been talking about this, or everybody else, maybe if you could show it again.
Yeah, we'll show it again. I'll put it up right now. Here we go. Okay.
I'm looking for Anthony Morris.
Who?
Tony Morris III.
Tony Morris?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's not here.
Okay. Can you tell him Selena Vertolomo came to see him?
Selena Vertolomo.
Vertolomo.
Hold on. Do you need to talk to him?
I think he needs to talk to me. He's responsible for the rape, stalking, and torture of myself, my sisters, and my mother. And I came down here to Lumberton, North Carolina to tell him my goddamn self, sir.
Did he rape you?
That his ass is grass and I'm the mower. His time has come. He has protected child rapists for long enough. He was relocated here to your nice Kingdom Hall. I understand you're a Christian congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses. He is directly responsible. He is directly responsible for everything that has happened to me and my family. And I've come for him, and I will continue to come for him.
And what is your name?
Selena Vertolomo. He's very well acquainted with my father, Tony Vertolomo, who is a child rapist and was running a sex trafficking ring inside of the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Vertolomo.
Vertolomo.
Vertolomo. Can I just say this to you?
Sure.
In all consciousness and respect for you, I am so very sorry.
I'm okay, thank you.
I don't have no idea.
Is he around children here? I'm sure he is. He's incredibly dangerous, and I need people to understand that. There is a nationwide investigation going on right now out of California and Pennsylvania. He is at the heart of it. It's taking way too long. It's not protecting the children that are currently around him. And now that I know where he is and why he was relocated here, I came myself.
Well, there's the tape. At least the elder was nice. But there she is. I mean, that's the she got over 1 million views on that. So, I mean, that's the tape. You can take it and run with it. I mean, I can see the woman's distressed. I can see she made a special trip to go down there and talk. Now,
yeah, Rick, you know what makes her testimony credible? She named names. She didn't go there and give generalities. She named her name and her father's name. That's how you know she's not making it up. If somebody was making it up, they would make generalization accusations. Now, you know what I think this girl is, this woman? I'm going to tell you what my opinion is. I don't know if that's actually Selena. I think that could be her attorney, because the woman that's speaking is aggressive like an attorney would be who represents cases of child abuse. So it may be she went there as Selena's proxy, because Selena, like most damaged children that were raped, don't really have the boldness to do this. She might have said, I'm going to go there in your place, because Selena was too fragile to do it. Because the way she handled herself, and I've been around attorneys, is like an attorney. The way she went right over that elder when he tried to give her the phony soft soap about how bad he feels. She just went right over that bullshit and got to the important points. That's my opinion.
All right. Well, that's okay. We'll take that opinion. That's all right. We're not going to reject that. We don't know. That's the problem. We don't know, Reese. That's all we're trying to
But Rick, let me ask you a question. You heard the way she spoke, how direct she was. You know Jehovah's Witnesses are not direct like that. She was a very direct person, and even not confrontational, but unapologetic. You know how the witnesses are from being there for so many years, that they're everything is phony, sweet politeness. This woman was aggressive like a worldly woman, like an attorney would be. That's my opinion. She might have been a proxy that went there for Selena.
Well, she was very stoic. I mean, she didn't seem ruffled. She seemed her temperament remained the same. I mean, that part I did appreciate. So I mean, nobody knows Reese. So so don't accuse us of doing things here that are Watchtower.
Did I just accuse you, Rick? I didn't accuse you. I just simply made a point and wanted to see if you agreed with it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I can see that that's a possibility. I don't know at this point.
I mean, go back carefully and watch that video, and how the way she handles herself is the way an attorney handles it. In other words, she cuts right through the bullshit when this guy tries soft soaping her.
It's
She
not
doesn't
her
listen and say,
attorney.
"Well, thank you, brother, I appreciate it." She cuts right through it and gets to the more important.
Now let's be a gentleman.
It's not her
Reese. Now,
attorney.
let's be a gentleman.
How do you know? How do you know? Do you know Selena personally? Do you know her personally?
Listen, I have a friend that I trust very much, and she she was married to her cousin. That is Selena on the videotape. That is Selena on the TikTok.
You know that? Well, I'll tell
lawyer.
you what. I'm going to find out because I'll be meeting with Selena within the next 10 days. I'll be meeting with her. So I'll know for sure if that was her. But whether it is or isn't doesn't matter. You know what I think? I think you're another moron on the network. That's what I think. I think you're a moron. How do you like that?
Okay. Well,
you don't
whatever.
like that, do you? But listen,
Doesn't
I have
bother
no
me.
respect
I don't
for you.
care.
The
I've
reason
been
I
called
keep
worse.
you
Reese,
this way,
it's for
well,
you.
I have no respect for you.
Calm
I
down.
have no respect. No, I'm not going to calm down because of what we're talking about here.
Shut up, Reese's Pieces. Reese's Pieces. Reese's Pieces.
Hey, Jimmy, this is what we do know, Jimmy. This is what's happening. Here's a woman who traveled interstate through state lines, and she's going to mow down the lawn Anthony Morris. That is the threat. So this is my simple question.
That is a threat.
So this is what I'm saying. I'm not defending anybody. I'm saying, as a religious organization, why would Watchtower has every right to put a restraining order on her, even though she's telling the truth? Even though she's telling the truth,
they would have that right.
They would have that, and they should. They did it to me. They did it to me. I have it in writing. So my question, Jimmy, is real simple. If Watchtower does not put a restraining order on her after everything that she has said and done and crossed state lines, then why would Watchtower not do that? And that's what's going to be on the show next week. Where is Watchtower's restraining order?
I have another theory. This is a complete theory. Just y'all know I ask questions and everything like that. But let's just go outside the box here. Does Watchtower fleece its congregants for money? We all know they do, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. We know Watchtower is hemorrhaging money right now. Now, I'm not saying it's true, but it's something worth to think about. People make money off of TikTok views. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. But Jimmy, here's another question. And I said it earlier. Why did we watch the video? Why did she not mention Mark Anderson? Why did she not mention David Spillane? Why is everybody right now in this month of August and September, why is everybody just talking about Anthony Morris? I think that's by design, by Watchtower. Because that's not a coincidence, my friend. That is not a coincidence.
They play these things out. They plan this. If Watchtower is going to do something that will benefit them, they plan it ahead of time.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
thank you, Rick.
Yeah, so people just need to step back, let some time go by, and see what happens. There's no sense in arguing amongst one another. There's no sense in calling people names and saying that they're Watchtower operatives. There's no reason to get upset. And this is the reason why people have lost how to have a conversation. The art of conversation has been lost because everybody, well, I won't say everybody, but some people just want to be heard and have their point absolutely correct. And when it's not done, they speak up and try to overtalk everyone. Just be mutually respectful.
And you know what, Jimmy? I think everybody here on the chat and listening, and I've said it on my video on this subject, we love her. And this is why we love her, because we're all trying to tell her, get legal help, get professional help, because everybody knows that the way she's doing it is not the best professional way. So if you're going to play in the major leagues, do it the very best way. And that is how you love somebody, by telling them, do not do what you're doing because it's not going to be productive. This needs to be done with a professional attorney.
Yeah, you made a very good
Gilbert.
Gilbert, you made a very. I'll stop in a second. I'm sorry. Gilbert, you made a very good point. She, regardless of whatever happened to her, we know two wrongs don't make a right. We all know that. She literally threatened Toni Morris. Threatened. That is illegal. You can't do that.
Jimmy?
So
I listened again. I listened again with my reporter hat on for a second time. I was not even going to call the show again. I feel like my work is done here. But I think Reese may be on to something, and I listened closely. She used Mr. Morris's complete name. Alleged is the proper thing we should be saying, but perhaps she might have even been there to give a subpoena, which she has to do in person to him. It sounded like she was looking for him with his complete legal name. I don't know. And I'm done with the show. I want to thank you all.
It could be.
I enjoyed getting my comedy down for a year. It's been 2 years, and I got bigger fish to fry and happy stuff to do. So I just feel so great to chat with y'all and say goodbye. But that might have been a lady giving a subpoena. Just listen closely. Maybe it was.
Well, Pixie, I have to disagree. Pixie, I have to disagree with you. I don't know if you saw all of her TikTok videos, but I
did not.
But I checked her out on TikTok. It's not an attorney, and Reese didn't do his homework either. She has other videos on there. She has other videos on there as well. She's not an attorney. She is Selena. She's ranting and raving about the Watchtower and other things as well. So,
well, we've all ranted and raved too, and women and children do not lie about that, and little boys neither. So
yeah.
I wish them well. We'll have to see, and dollars to donuts. I hope Toni gets the court.
Only time will tell. But, I'll tell you, if Serena is not really speaking truthfully here, it's going to really hurt the ex-witness community. It really...
That's what I'm saying.
I've used the word ring for 2 years, and I used it before that too, and I think it's been a ring since Russell was young. Thanks, everybody.
Okay,
Bye, y'all.
Thank you, Pixie. Well, just to bear this in mind, folks, let me just speak about a few things here. If Serena is not truthful, and this turns out to be a hoax, which I don't think it will. I really don't. I'm leaning in the direction it could be real. But if it turns out to be a hoax, this is going to cause damage to all of the ex-witnesses. The problem is unverifiable claims can hurt all of our credibility, and journalists are not going to listen to anything we say. See, that's what I'm thinking. In the past, you had Candace Conti and other people that came on and newspaper articles were willing to write about the ex-witness world. But if we have people that have come on and devalue the ex-witness world, and it's not going to be deserving to the media attention, they're not going to want to talk to us. They're not going to see that what we're saying is truthful. And so some of these things that I saw in Selena's in her content are incredibly outlandish. And I just don't know if this is true or not. So if it's true, fine and dandy, I'll go with it. But if not, it can cause a lot of problems in the ex-witness world. We've seen this happen before. We've seen whenever an ex-witness. Yes, go ahead.
I just want to give everybody something to look up. I have said for 3 years that we're in an information war. Everybody needs to go look up what a fifth generational warfare. Look that up. Fifth generational warfare. Look it up, see what it means, and tell me who would employ that. That's all. That's what I'm saying on that. That's your homework. Fifth generational warfare.
Well, there you go. Yeah, go ahead, Kurt.
Rick?
Yes, Kurt.
Yeah, a great program. I came on 15, 20 minutes ago and kind of got drowned out. What's been brought up since then is the legal way of going. I asked you a question. You didn't get a chance really to answer it. You know, I don't know if she has went through a lawyer or more with her story. And a lawyer would tell her, yes, I do cases like yours, and I'll take your case. Or I do cases like yours, but you don't have enough evidence. I don't know if she did that. Secondly, her going down to confront Toni Morris, as we all know, is a bad move. It could be construed as terroristic threatening, depending on what state and county she's in. But we go back to the fundamentals. Back to the fundamentals. If her story is truly the truth, it really don't amount to much if she cannot prove it. Do you agree with that? If she cannot prove it.
Well, there's the bottom line, Kurt. Well, what you're focusing here is a very sensible statement being made here tonight by you. The bottom line is, if she doesn't have proof, then she has seriously hampered the ex-witness community credibility. Seriously. And not only that, there's another thing that comes into play here as well. You know, when you go down to that area and you're coming on and accusing all of these things supposedly Toni and the Watchtower has been involved with, and we know they're evil. Well, let's go with that. We know the Watchtower is evil. But if you're going to go down to North Carolina and go to the Kingdom Hall where Toni Morris is supposed to be going to, and you start claiming all of these things, this could be a real danger to Toni and his wife. Now, you know, as much as I don't care for Toni, I have to say that, you know, this could create mob action, vigilante action. It now is putting Toni at risk of, really, you just don't know what could happen to him. Now people know where he lives. This woman comes on, and if it's true, it's true. But boy, if she did go to a lawyer, I think a lawyer would say, no, don't do that. We'll handle it our way. But then also when she used threatening statements like, your ass is grass and I'm the lawnmower. I never heard of that expression, but it's somewhat, it's quite a statement. I mean, it's particularly dangerous. Let's go with that. And then one of her TikTok videos ends with an explicit threat to murder Toni with a metal bat. You know, this isn't a good thing to say things like this. You could you could kind of reserve yourself from saying things like that because, geez, you're really now presenting a threat to this man. You know, what do you think, Jimmy?
It's inciting violence.
I'm sorry?
That's what it is. I said it's inciting. It's a way of inciting violence if this is a hoax.
Right. You're actually putting a man's life in danger. I mean, let's face it. I mean, I have to tell you, Jimmy, and you've been around long enough to know too, you know, there's a lot of ex-witnesses and, you know, they will blame the Watchtower on everything. I'm not going to blame them on everything. So some of the ex-witnesses had difficulty even before they became a witness. The witnesses only made it worse. So, you know, with some psycho people in the ex-witness world, and, you know, you just don't know what they would do. So by actually ending a TikTok video that you're going to go after Toni with a metal bat, I would refrain from saying something like that. And even if she consulted an attorney, the first thing an attorney would do, and I think everybody on this program would agree with me, the first thing an attorney would do is shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Don't say anything. We will handle it.
Exactly.
You know?
Think about it, Rick. Let's say there are some crazy folks and they showed up at the Kingdom Hall. Let's say 20 of them showed up at the Kingdom Hall with baseball bats, or they're going after. She could be accused of inciting violence. Not only inciting violence, but also the whole threat to Toni Morris.
Well, look what they did
so
to
there's
Trump.
Two things.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And she's not from North Carolina. She's not from North Carolina. She's from out of state.
North Carolina. Yeah.
So what? So if she were to be from California and drive, and then she goes all the way in a car or plane to North Carolina for the one purpose, that is a field day for Watchtower's lawyers, and it's called interstate, my friend. This is a federal offense now. Anybody knows that what do you think happened with the people in January 6th when they went to protest? Look at Vern in Fixing My Faith channel. He knows better than to go to Washington, D.C. and protest because he's Canadian. You do not do this. You don't go visit Anthony Morris if you're not in North Carolina. I would get legal representation first. But that's all I'm saying. So we love Selena. You know why? Because we're telling her things that Reese won't tell her. I'm telling Selena, I'm the only one that loves you because I'm not afraid to tell you. Don't travel from state to state to state to go see Toni with a baseball bat and threaten to mow the lawn. You're going to get in trouble with the FBI because that's interstate.
Yep.
That's called love, my friend. That's love. We're loving here. We're telling her everything that needs to be said. And Kurt is talk about the lawyer. All that stuff is love. We're throwing love in her direction. And so we're showing more good faith than we're being given by Reese and others.
Well said, Gilbert. I just want to say this too, as we have really a lot of people calling into the program and listening in tonight. I'm just curious. I'm just gonna say, Selena, are you on the phone line tonight? Are you watching on YouTube? The phone line is open there. You can see the telephone line, but if you're watching, maybe you are. I mean, maybe you'd like to hear what we're saying here at the Six Screens and what people are thinking. We would love to have you call into the program. So I'm not going to rule it out that you're not listening in. I'm looking at a full computer screen and telephone numbers here. So would you call in, Selena, if you're listening in? We're not going to badge you or anything, but we'd like to hear your side of the story here on the Six Screen. So if you're on with us tonight, Selena, just dial that number. If you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on Facebook or wherever you might be watching on the social networks, come in and let's hear from you. And you have to hit *6 on your telephone pad. So we'll see if she's out there. Maybe, who knows? Maybe she'll come in. Let's go to Calgary.
Hey, Rick.
Yes. Who's this?
Yeah, this is Jeff. I just wanted to comment real fast, Rick.
Sure.
Why would this woman stick her head out like this if this wasn't true? She made a trip out there, and she said all this. Why would she stick her head out like this? That's my comment, and that's it.
Well, it's a good comment, and I might have an answer. I have things that run through my head that might not be running through everybody else's head. She got 1 million clicks, over 1 million clicks on TikTok. In the ex-witness world, all of us are vying for attention, right? I mean, all of us, even myself at times, so you don't think?
Yeah, but she could be sued.
Yeah, but
be sued over this if it's not true.
I understand that, Jeff. But you asked me my opinion. Now, I'm not saying that's the answer.
Yes, sir.
But I'm saying that that's a possibility. Look at what happens. There's many things that come across the internet that are not truthful. But I'm hoping it's true. There's just a few things that I've had some issues with. Yeah.
I think it's true.
All right. Well,
I think it's true. This woman would not go to that effort and do that. I believe her 100%.
So
as soon as I saw that, I knew that the Pennsylvania thing was bigger than it is, and we're seeing it, and it hasn't exploded yet, but it will.
Well, I know it's
That's all I
going to
have to
explode.
say.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you know who Erwin Zalkin is? Do you know who Erwin Zalkin is?
Yes.
Tell me who he is.
I've heard the name. I'll be honest with you. I've heard the name. Erwin Zalkin. Yes.
Erwin Zalkin is a lawyer that represents victims who have been sexually abused in the Watchtower.
Okay, that's where I heard it.
Okay, he's a very popular, well-known. In fact, he's coming on the program hopefully here in the next couple of weeks or so. So Erwin Zalkin, she claims, is working along with the Watchtower to kind of cover up all of this sexual trafficking in the Watchtower. So that, that raises
I never heard that.
Well, that raises a red flag. I've heard it and I've done research on the woman.
That part, I heard the name, Rick. I heard the name.
Yeah.
When you just said it, I heard the name, but yeah, I didn't hear that part. But
yeah, so these are things that got me thinking. There's a few things really I mentioned earlier in the program that just doesn't pass the smell test. I try to be reasonable. I try to at least come to grips with what people are.
Nah, she's making it all up, Rick. Like all those children in Silent Land, they're making it all up.
Well,
Rick.
Reese,
they're just trying to steer the Watchtower.
Reese, you're
they're just making it all up, Rick.
You're a reasonable.
She went all the way to North Carolina. She went to Toni Morris's home.
Yeah, well, let it go. He's not going to listen to me. He wants to come on.
You're telling me, Rich, she went all.
Yeah, Reese, I'm gonna, if you can talk like a gentleman, I'll let you on.
Pennsylvania.
She
went all the way there.
Hello, Rick.
Yes.
But Rick, why would this woman go to this effort? I mean, if nobody's paying her, unless somebody's paying her to do this, to go to North Carolina and clean them all.
Well, most people wouldn't do it, Jeff. Most people wouldn't do it. But somehow, some way, Reese is thinking I'm saying the woman is totally wrong. I'm not saying that. And I don't want you to conclude that either. But do you think, Jeff, in the deepest reservoirs of your mind, that this woman may not be telling the truth? Do you think that?
Rick, there's always there's a possibility, but she seemed pretty credible. Why would she do what she's done? I mean, that's a lot of effort to do unless somebody's paying you to do that.
Well,
Watchtower is not paying her to do that.
Well, right. Look, for some reason, this has turned into Rick Farron doesn't believe Selena. That's not the way that we're doing it.
Well, I'm not saying Rick Farron doesn't believe in Selena. I'm not saying that.
The word just came out of Rick's mouth a minute ago. He said he doesn't believe it. You guys are clueless. Rick just said he doesn't believe her.
Oh, knock it off, Reese! For God's sakes, are you? What's going on with you, Reese? Let's bring Calgary, Canada around.
You are clearly cognitive dissonant because the word just came out of your mouth.
All right, let's go to Calgary. Let's go to Calgary, Canada. Let's go to Brian. Come on in, Brian.
Well, yeah. So I just wanted to ask you a couple of things about it, Rick. Did you say that you saw other videos of hers on her TikTok?
Yes.
Space?
Yes.
Okay. And so, does she say other stuff about Watchtower and Toni and all that?
Well, she says other stuff about.
She
does other stuff. She says other stuff about the Watchtower, but nothing as.
Here's what I think's going on with her. Now, first of all, we all know that there's a lot of people who are super angry with the governing body and governing body members. And by extension, if something bad happens in your congregation, it's their fault. And in fact, in many cases, it is their fault because they've dictated the policies on down. So here's my take. I think that what she's saying is, she's from California. I know people in California that know members of the governing body. So maybe sounds like her dad has abused
She's not from California, sir. She's from Pennsylvania.
Okay, well, she said
Originally New Jersey. She lives in Pennsylvania now. You don't even know your facts.
Well, no, it isn't that. Just somebody said. All I'm saying, Reese, is that somebody said.
Well, get your facts.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's California,
well, see what it is.
Florida, that part doesn't matter for the point I'm trying to make. So just hang on for a second, Reese. Just cool your jets for a sec and listen. Okay? Because it doesn't matter what state. It could be from within the state. It doesn't really matter. So it sounds like her dad, she's claiming that her dad and Anthony know each other. That's possible. That's fine. And if that's the case, now it sounds like her dad has been abusing her and her sisters, et cetera, et cetera. And she blames Anthony because he was on the governing body, and this kind of crap is allowed in Watchtower. That's my take on it. So now she's showing up, and she's mad at him. I blame her. Don't blame her at all.
Joe Biden was taking naked showers with his daughter at 13. Don't tell me you're a Biden supporter. Are you a Biden supporter too?
Oh my God.
Well,
oh my God.
Now you're Reese.
Are you aware that Amy Biden went public with her father was taking showers from 11 to 13 years old naked with her?
Yes, of course.
Or are you going to call her a liar? Are you also going to call Amy Biden a liar?
I'm not calling the woman.
You don't have a clue, sir. You should hang up your phone and listen because you don't have a clue.
Well, we don't know what got into Reese here tonight, Brian. But
I don't either.
I'm going to apologize for him because
maybe
he's
was
not
on the Kentucky bourbon run.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, the point is whether she knows him or not, he can go to where he is and say, "You're a son of a bitch because you and your cohorts have made it so that men think it's okay to rape their daughters." And so we don't know how close the relationship is between her father and her, but I can see somebody being so pissed off at the governing body that they would go and confront them. And again, we don't know how close the relationship is. Reese somehow thinks he knows, but he doesn't know either. Just like me, he doesn't know. You don't know Rick, and the woman may be associating the governing body with what her dad did. And it's just like the Pope gets blamed for what priests do. And to a certain extent, it's true. The Roman Catholic hierarchy does allow some things to happen that shouldn't happen. And so, anyway, that's just my point. It could be that it's guilt by association, and she's very pissed off at the governing body. And Tony is now away from Bethel, so she can come to his congregation and give him hell. And as far as I'm concerned, that's fine as long as she doesn't put her foot in it and get herself in trouble.
Well, there you go, Brian. No, I always like to hear from a sensible-minded man, and I kind of apologize for Reese tonight. I don't know what got into Reese. I really don't. It's not his normal behavior.
Well, actually, the thing is, I'm having a great time. Reese is a riot. He's always fun, and I love listening to him. I was sad when he quit doing his show, but yeah, he's hepped up on something tonight. Maybe it's just he's had some bad experience lately with governing body people. And by the way, Reese, if you said earlier that you were going to be interviewing her or meeting with her sometime in the next little while, I'd love to have you come back on and tell us how your meeting went. That'd be great.
It would be. Hey, listen, I want to ask, is Selena on the phone with us tonight? We got a lot of people calling in. I'm looking at a full computer screen. In fact, it's more than it's lots of callers coming in tonight. Is Selena on with us, Selena?
Rick,
yes.
Rick, you idiot.
Yes.
If Selena was on the phone, she would have ripped you a new one.
Yeah.
For calling into question her very credible testimony. Are you that stupid, Rick?
Well,
to think that she'd be listening without calling in?
Well, I'm thinking that, we do have listeners call in. Sometimes we ask and they're listening in. So we'll see what happens, Reese.
Oh, Rick,
she might.
You really are without a clue, man.
Yeah.
Go away, Reese, moron. You stupid ass moron.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's going on with you tonight?
Yeah. No, we don't know what's wrong with.
Well,
I'm gonna.
we should have a civil conversation.
I'm gonna apologize for. I'm gonna apologize for Reese. He's always been my friend, but I have no idea what happened to him tonight. No idea. Yeah. So
in fact, if I didn't know you better, and if I didn't like you more, I would say you called Reese up and told him, "Hey, come on and create."
Well, no, what they did is I got people saying that on YouTube that Rick called Reese up. I didn't. Listen, I've always liked Reese, and we've been friends, and we still are. But something's going on tonight. I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, I was just saying that tongue in cheek.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anyway, he's normally pretty reasonable. Tonight, he's really got to burn into that tonight.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I hate to say it, but it does draw people in. Not everybody likes controversy, but geez.
Rick, you really put a clown head on when you said, is Selena in the audience after you've been calling into question her credibility and thinking that she wouldn't have spoken up by now? I mean, Rick, you have a
retard Reese. Retard Reese on the line.
you have a clown. Listen, hey, turnip truck. Hey, turnip truck. If I need my shoes shined, I'll let you know.
Well, yeah,
I don't need a shoe shine right now. So keep your pie hole shut.
Well, listen, but now listen to me, Reese. If she's gonna show up anywhere, if she's gonna show up anywhere, she's gonna show up here on the 6th screen. So
you got Rick. But what you just said is so stupid that I could not address it. You said, is Selena out there in the audience tonight? As if she wasn't going to say anything.
He's completely unreasonable. He's wasting his time.
Yeah. Listen, Reese. Just back off a little bit. Just listen to the program and make sure you got things right before you start accusing people of doing things.
I had it right from the beginning.
No, you had it
right. Your own show, Reese.
Oh, come on. All right, come on. Okay.
Go to hell, Reese.
Yeah, it's just too much. All right, what do we get going here? Let's go with, we got 661. Come on, 661. All right.
Hello, Rick.
Yes.
Hi, how you doing?
Yeah. Is this 661?
I don't know. I'm calling from the app.
All right, let's go 661.
Go ahead, Steve.
Hello.
Okay.
All right. Let's go with Steve. Go ahead, Steve.
Hi, Rick. Yeah, this is my opinion, and it is just an opinion. But the video that you showed earlier, I watched that today, and just from that video alone, my personal opinion is that she's telling the truth 100%. Just from her body language, from her demeanor, the way she asserts herself, to me, she's telling the truth. Now, whether she's telling the truth on some of the other videos that you've seen, because I've seen some of them as well, and I can see why you're saying they don't pass the smell test on some of those others. But with regards to the one that you've shown tonight, I totally believe what she's saying. And I think it's interesting because she never said that she was involved in a law case. She said that there was a national lawsuit or something to those words going on in Philadelphia and in California. She didn't say she was part of that. And I'm thinking, well, it's actually quite worrying, to be honest, because she seems to me, looking at it from her point of view, she's a woman that's been abused. And her sister and her mother. She's witnessed that. She's experienced that. Her father's obviously done something wrong to her. Maybe he's abused her directly. Maybe he's just had something to do with it without actually being abusive himself. But whatever the case is there, she has lived through hell. And to me, she looks like a broken woman who's come at the end of her tether and wants to confront Tony for whatever reason. Now, what worries me is what that reason is, what her end game is. What does she want to say or do to Tony? Because all the signs that I'm looking at, from my perspective, is that she's a broken woman and she's got nothing to lose. And a woman that's broken and has got nothing to lose can be pretty dangerous. And that's what's worrying for me as I look at this. I think it's quite a worrying situation. That's all I've got to say.
Well, Steve, I mean, that's a mouthful. And please, I hope you're not interpreting it. Evidently, Reese is interpreting it wrong. He seems to think that I believe the woman's a complete buffoon and a liar. I'm not saying that at all. And I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's some things.
No, I don't. I for one don't think that you're saying that.
Good.
I think you're just being devil's advocate. You're allowing for the possibility, that there are other things out there that we haven't seen yet, which is a reasonable stand to take, I think.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Steve. No, thank you very much. And I'm with you. The woman does look credible. She seems, I liked her demeanor. She wasn't all over the map. She wasn't angry. She seemed to be quite calm during the whole thing. Let's go to, let's go to 269. 269, we haven't heard from you. Come on in, 269.
Yeah, hello, Rick.
Yes.
Yes, this is, I've worked in the mental health, first-time caller.
Yes, thank you.
Enjoy your show.
Thank you.
Enjoy your show. And thank you for keeping a level head through all this. A lot of accusations are made, and I worked in the mental health industry for 35 years. And I don't know if the woman's telling the truth or not. Like you said, it's some serious accusations, should be looked into. Some of her other claims are a little bit more questionable. But people can have delusions that are so real that they believe they're true. I'm not saying that's the case here. Please don't get me wrong. But I'm just taking a level head, looking at this and giving it some time. And then, we'll find out. The truth will come out. Thank you.
All right. Well, no, that's a fair assumption. That's what we're waiting for. We have people that don't agree with us. They don't want the truth to come out. They want to, jump on the bandwagon here and say, no, it's all perfect what she's saying. There's nothing to be concerned about. I hope they're right. I really do. Okay, let's go to 203. It looks like Carrie once again. Go ahead, Carrie.
Yeah, Rick, you remember the Kingdom Hall crashes where so many people, it was a big thing some time back, and all these people, walking down the aisles and they were expressing themselves and saying that, they were molested by this one or that one. I mean, and it was videotaped and it went on for a very long time. I don't see the difference between this girl going public about what happened and then videotaping her going to that Kingdom Hall and asking, I think she finally had it. And she says, that's it. I'm going to confront him. I'm going to find him and I'm going to confront him. And I do believe her. And we shouldn't even doubt her or even think it's from the Watchtower. That's ridiculous. I give her a lot of credit for doing what she did. I wouldn't be able to maintain that composure. I've been through this myself with my children. So, so I empathize with her and I do believe her. And nobody should doubt somebody who comes out publicly like that, finally. So, that's my opinion.
Well, only time will tell. You certainly can have an opinion. So you don't think there's any...
Yeah, but she was right except for one thing, Rick. She was right except for one thing. She made it very clear why she was there. She says, I'm coming after Anthony Morris.
Right. And it's a damn good thing that she is. Because how many of us go after our abuser? Not that many.
A lot of
Not
people
that
do.
many.
A lot of children do. They sue them.
Oh, really?
A lot of them get attorneys and sue them. You're telling me you haven't heard of children that sue the abuser? You've never heard of it?
Yes. Yes.
Well, then
Yes,
you didn't
I have.
say. All right, look, we got more cognitive dissonance here. The woman made it very clear. She says, his ass is grass and I'm the lawnmower, meaning I'm coming after Tony Morris.
Sheree, go look in the mirror and argue with yourself. Christ. You're arguing with yourself.
Why don't you go home and sit on your finger with a little Vaseline?
Oh, for God's sake.
You're arguing with someone on the same side as you.
You moron.
Reese is a moron. You're an absolute tart.
All right.
This lady's agreeing with Reese and he's arguing with her.
Well, he's arguing with
Got it?
Reese is arguing with everyone tonight.
Put the bottle down.
Yeah, he is. But you know what? We know what this is all about. And it shouldn't have gone to that avenue, I'll tell you. You know, that this woman finally had enough, and she videotaped it, and good. And she didn't say anything that bad.
Yeah, well, listen, here's the thing. I mean, the woman, she could be 100% right, but there is some things. I mean, if she took this right now, if we just took this into a court of law tonight, they wouldn't even listen to us. They wouldn't listen to us. I'm serious. Okay, let's go with 347. You want to come on 347? You're on with us. Go ahead.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good.
Okay, listen, I saw the video.
Whoop. Hold on one second. We lost the telephone line here. Hold on one second.
Handled it properly. So she figures that, you know, he's partly at fault for what had occurred. Does that make any sense?
I'm sorry, I missed that first. Come on right back again. I lost the telephone transmission here. Go ahead and say that over again.
He's partly at fault for what occurred because he mishandled the whole situation. I remember, he was an elder or a governing body member, and he should have handled it. He should have been protecting her and her family as opposed to just glossing it over, which is what the elders and the governing body does.
So what are you saying, 347? What are you saying about the woman? You totally believe everything she said?
I'm saying that she makes sense in what she's saying. She accused him of not handling matters. In other words, this thing occurred to myself, my sisters, and my mother because you failed to do something about it, because he failed to do something about it. And I believe that because of the pattern that the elders and the governing body had of covering things up and not wanting things to come out in the open. And she's accusing him of that.
Well,
it makes sense. It's logical.
All right. Well,
you know?
It makes sense. I mean, I'm not saying it's not sensible. I'm not saying it's not sensible. I'm not even saying it's not truthful. I'm just throwing it out to the audience. There's just a few things that I saw that it didn't seem right to me. Some of the things I heard from some of the other videos that she's been doing, but that's okay. I'm not.
Well, I only saw that one video that Kim and Mikey put out. I haven't seen any of the other videos, so I'm making my call on the one that I saw that Kim and Mikey put out.
Well, I have a TikTok account, and maybe most of you guys do too. You can check her out. Put her name in there. Just check it out on TikTok. Listen to all of her videos, and then see what you think. I mean, you have to take it all in. Go ahead.
One more thing. I don't know if this happened to you, why didn't she come earlier? Right? I mean, she could have come out with it much, much earlier. But what happens is that this guy is locked up in Warwick. She sure can't go over there and tell the guy, I need to go speak to Tony Morris so I can speak to him.
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, that's a good point. All right.
As soon as she found out where, let me finish. As soon as she found out where he could be located, she went there.
All right. I mean, that's a good point. I mean, I'll go with that point. That's a good reason.
Hi, Rick. This is Fran.
Yeah, hold on, Fran. I do believe we have 721 7. Is that you, Angela? 720? Did I hear your voice? All right. Let's go to Fran and Joe. Go ahead, Fran and Joe.
Yeah, really quick. Would you be able to play the 9-minute video the follow-up video where she goes into the Kingdom Hall and she sits down and she talks with the brother with the pink shirt, and then another brother comes up in 45 minutes and she talks with him and she names names and she gives a whole lot more information in that follow-up video. Do you have that one?
I can't get it up that fast right now. It'd be a little bit troublesome to do that. I should have probably had it ready, but I know the one you're talking about. Okay. Yeah. So what do you feel, Fran?
Yeah, I can email it to you.
Yeah, go ahead, email it. Email it, and we'll
try. Because there's a lot more information in that one.
All right, yeah, let's do that. Send. I did see that. So send it here because if you do that, that'll make it.
Send it.
Okay. Okay. Let's do that. We'll try to get that up. Okay. Thank you, Fran and Joe. All right. Well, we'll try to get that video up as well so you guys can see that. Takes a little time sometimes to do this. Plus, I'm also trying to keep scammers and a lot of people coming in at the same time. So we'll try to get that video up. I can't promise anybody. Okay, who's on with us? Who wants to speak up? Go ahead. We've got a number of people still on. All right, let me just.
Well, am I still on?
Is this three? Is it
661?
Let's go 661. Go ahead, 661. You're on with us.
Yes, this is Chuck. I'm formerly from California, but I moved to South Carolina recently.
Yes.
I heard somebody say something about legal action, and I tuned in 10 minutes late. So I'm wondering if she's filed a suit and why, or what's going on there. It seems to me that attacking the guy at his home is probably not the best course of action if she's going to be suing. It makes her look like a nut.
So
legally speaking.
So I'm sorry, I didn't get that first part of it. You said she's attacking who?
Well, somebody said that you went to Tony Morris's house.
I went to the Tony Morris Kingdom Hall.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, did she file some legal action? I heard right when I first showed up, somebody said something that.
Well, she said she went to the. I don't know if she went to lawyers or not, but she did admit that she went to the evidently the authorities in Pennsylvania. I don't know if I guess the Attorney General, at least police. I know that. So I'm not sure how far up the chain she went. Yeah.
She went to Attorney General Henry.
All right, I know who that.
The Attorney General. Rick, you should know this. You're running the show network here. You don't even know that basic fact that she had gone to the AG.
I mentioned it earlier. Yes, that's what I mentioned. She went
why didn't you tell the man who just called in? You sounded
because
like
I can't corroborate it. I can't corroborate it. Can you say for sure she went there?
Yes, I can.
Why are you on here? Why are you on here being uncivil?
Because
why are you doing this?
Because it's an important matter that you get uncivil about when you're talking about the rape of
most
child.
certainly not an important matter for you to get on the phone and call and yell and scream and holler and be completely uncivil. What the hell's the matter with you? Put the damn bottle down.
You jerk. He must be a terrible guy. He's screaming about.
See, look at this guy.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Yeah.
You need to hang up on him.
Yeah. No.
Honestly.
Well, no.
Listen, Rick, you got a ship of fools. The sixth screen is a ship of fools.
Well, if you say so, I mean,
hang up on him, would you?
Yeah. Well, we try to hang up. It's impossible. If I hang up on him and ban him, then nobody's going to come in. So it makes it difficult. But we get intruders like that.
Rick, you're the captain of the ship of fools. Rick Barry is the captain of the ship.
When attorneys get involved in it, they don't have to take the case. I heard somebody say that as well.
Well, I've asked Reese earlier, he wants to portray himself as the know-it-all, but if something ever backfires here with this case, I just hope he's willing to come on here and eat crow. But I don't think he's the type of guy. I don't think he's the kind of man that would do it. Reese doesn't eat crow. He doesn't. When he makes a mistake, he's like the Watchtower. He never admits it.
Hey,
yeah, he just screams and hollers and yells and stomps on everybody.
That's what Reese eats is dick.
Yeah.
No. Hey, Rick.
Hey, Rick, can I ask you a question?
Hold on, let's go. We have to go in sequence here. Let me call out the numbers. We got a lot of people. 602. He's a Gilbert's a gentleman. Go ahead, Gilbert.
Real quick question. If I go to the Attorney General in the state of Arizona and I present a solid file, thick, with everything, okay, fine. And then I go and to a Kingdom Hall and I say, I'm going to be your new landscaper and I'm going to mow the grass. How do you think the Attorney General will feel about me, Rick? Gilbert, you just gave me a huge, thick file that was gold, and then you went and offered your landscaping services. All we're saying is we got questions here, okay? We got questions.
Yeah, I mean, a lawyer would have told her that. I'm sure she hasn't been to a lawyer. That I'll go on the record of saying, unless she's been in the last few days. But a lawyer would never let her do that.
You idiot. Rick Farron, you idiot.
Yeah, you can tell me what you want.
This rape occurred many years ago. You idiot. It hurt years ago. Don't you think she had years to go to an attorney? This didn't happen 2 days ago.
Well, if you were her attorney, if you were her attorney, I'd fire you, because no attorney would tell her to do
be the Watchtower's attorney.
Yeah.
Rick Farron should be the attorney for the Watchtower.
Yeah. Well, enough of that. No, okay, so let's go on. We're gonna try to keep Reese off here. I'm gonna try. I think when
Hey, Rick, can I ask a question real quick?
Oh yeah, go ahead. We got 832. Go ahead, you're on with us.
Yeah, this Joshua Hornets out of Houston, Texas.
Yeah, sure.
This question for everybody. Now that this has come out about Toni Morris, do y'all think the Watchtower is going to relocate?
Relocate to where, Josh? Relocate to where? Well, I don't know where he'd relocate to, but they might have to just fold up the tent and move on. I don't see. I mean, if this is all true, and I'm hoping it is.
Rick, I'm renaming you Captain Clueless. Rick is now Captain Clueless of the ship of fools.
I'll take it. I mean, I'll take it from you because I know you're not a sensible-minded man.
Well, I'm an authority on clueless people, Rick.
Well,
you're Exhibit A.
Yeah.
Of clueless people.
Well, you know, the thing is,
now you run a network, Rick. You run a network about exposing the Watchtower.
You gay homophobe.
The Watchtower. You're an advocate of the Watchtower, and you're running a network purportedly to expose Watchtower corruption. Where's Anne-Marie in California? I want to know where Anne-Marie in California is. She's the only sane person on the network. Anne-Marie, where are you? Where is your voice, Anne-Marie? Are you going along with this nonsense? Rick attacking the victim?
Well, you can say I'm attacking the victim. I mean, I don't know what radio. I don't know what you're listening.
You're attacking the victim's credibility, Rick.
Oh, come on, Reese. You know, I think it's enough of your foolishness, Reese. Really, you're acting like a real buffoon.
No, it's not foolishness. I'm calling you out on the mat, Rick. I'm calling you out.
Well, what are you calling me out on? You never even let me explain myself. All you want to do here is rant and rave and jump up and down.
What you're doing is you're attacking the credibility of a girl that was raped as a child, and she named other girls she mentions that were raped. You're attacking her credibility rather than attacking the Watchtower. That's what you're doing.
Well, if he's attacking the credibility, then why is he even bringing it up at all, right? Like imagine this. Imagine Rick didn't even talk about it tonight and give it the time of day. He's at least giving it a voice. He's listening to everyone. You're attacking Rick.
It's called controlled opposition. That's what it's called. Rick's controlled opposition.
Yeah. You watch too much Alex Jones.
Yeah, he's
Oh, you're an idiot. You're clueless.
Well, you know,
you're absolutely clueless.
Well, let me just.
Reese, you're an idiot. You're clueless. Yeah. Reese, you're an idiot.
Well,
you're
let me tell you what Reese is probably. Let me tell you what. Yeah, go ahead, Fran.
Okay, so I downloaded it and I sent it to you, so it's right in your email.
All right.
It's got a lot more information. I think it'll help.
All right. Well, we'll try to play that, Fran. If I can just, I've been so busy here watching. We got a lot.
I know you are. You're doing a great job.
A lot of intruders trying to come in, but I just want to make one thing clear. For some odd reason, Reese has taken this position that I'm totally disbelieving this woman. I don't know, but a lot of things I have to say here about Reese is, you know, he one time was a sensible person. What happened to him in the last a couple of years, I have no idea. But for him to come on and be so rude and so inflammatory to everybody, it shows the man has got
what
some.
Reese is doing is Reese
I just
is
wanted-
following
Can
Ephesians
you hear me?
5:11. I'm exposing evil here.
Can the group hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Reese, will you stay off the line?
Hi, I just wanted to pop in quick because I happen to be Selena Vertolomo's sister, and I personally know about her credibility being true. And I just wanted to thank everyone who's on here going to bat actually to stick up for us. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to all of you in the chat that are pulling forward that he is actually not really shining very much light on the Watchtower, but more so on all of us in our cases. And we're watching. So thank you to everyone that's sticking up right now for myself, my sister, and every other victim who's been brave enough to come forward. As for him not believing about the Attorney General's office, that's unfortunate for him. If he doesn't believe about the FBI being involved, that's unfortunate to him. If he doesn't believe about any of it being involved, that's unfortunate to him.
What was your name, sister?
He doesn't believe about the FBI. This is Sherry Vertolomo.
Yeah, Sherry. Well, thank you, first of all, for coming in. For some odd reason, people are thinking I'm attacking your sister. I'm not. Maybe. Is she there with you? Could she come on?
No, she's not here with me, and even if she were, she wouldn't be speaking. I'm calling independently because I'm watching from a distance here. I actually tuned in a little bit late, so I don't know what the beginning of the conversation was. But I am watching. I did see you say there was no proof about going to an attorney general, and I just wanted to ask, do you think that we would be making this as public as we were had we not went to the attorney general, had we not given statements to law enforcement, had we not went to the FBI? Why exactly would women be going this far to do this much so that when we have a platform finally, there's someone asking about the credibility of going to Michelle Henry?
Well, I have to say, did she go to Michelle Henry?
Yes, sir.
And
Ms. White, she said she did that.
And what did Michelle Henry say, Sherry?
Well, I think that that's something that's going to go into a case. So I'm not going to disclose any more about that. But it's not what was said. It's saying that it's questioning basically everything that has been put out for protection of people and children, and all of the steps that were taken prior to this ever being aired. I don't know how long you've ever had you've had your channel for. We're busy trying to protect kids and keeping, areas safe. So I haven't ever really watched any of this. If you are in fact exposing child molesters, child abusers inside the Watchtower and Trafficking Society, then thank you.
We do it all the time, Sherry. Every single week for 18 years. We never missed a Saturday night. And we've had plenty of people come on here that have been victims. And for some reason, when I started the program tonight, I certainly wasn't discounting what your sister was saying at all. There was just a couple of things that I brought up that were brought up to me that I mentioned that seemed a little bit funny. But I mean, I believe just about everything your sister has said. Just a couple of things.
No, Rick, you're lying. You said you're lying, right?
Yeah.
So
get off the line.
This is the thing. Yeah, I'm hearing a group say that you're lying. Why is he lying? Did I miss him? I mean, I watched
don't worry about him. He's drinking tonight. He's not with it. So just don't worry.
He can be. I mean, honestly, a lot of us are drinking with what's going on. I'm not personally, so that doesn't discredit someone either. I kind of want to hear exactly why he feels you're lying. If you're saying that you have all these victims coming on your show coming forward, I'd like to know why exactly my sister, our family's case is being put in such an odd light right now. Because that's why I actually stepped out to call. I don't speak publicly. I haven't called anyone, and I'm stepping in because I did happen to mention, or I happened to catch you mentioning that you don't think she went to the Attorney General's office. And the other question I had for you personally about your platform was, did you go and research all of the videos that she has posted before asking for more proof and more information?
I may not have seen them all, Sherry, but I did see a number of them, and for the most part, fine. But there's a few things that were said on the videos that raised a little flag for me.
So when you say a little flag, it raises a little bit of a flag for me when we have a massive quantity of people that know this is the truth and that we're out here risking our own safety and spending our lives advocating for protection. And then someone who has a platform as large as yours has the audacity to even question if the Attorney General's office, Michelle Henry, after all these elders were just subpoenaed, if she were contacted. So do you believe that we're not helping with the authorities to get this taken care of?
I believe you are, and I believe anyone that wants to speak up against it is. And I certainly am not in any way demeaning you or your sister. I'm hoping everything.
Well, it's not. It's not anything personal. We're not going to take something like this as a personal attack, because if you demean my sister and I, then what you're doing is you're demeaning thousands and thousands of victims who come forward over the last 3 years when this started. And that's how long this has actually happened for. It does take a process and time. And the reason that I took a minute to call you is because I heard other people yelling, and they're getting very upset, and with good reason. Because if you have something where you're saying that you're protecting victims, you're exposing the truth, it's a little bit of a red flag when you start pointing a finger back at people who are supposedly on the same team as you.
Sherry, I think
That wasn't Rick.
Hold
that
on.
was Reese.
Hold on 1 second. I think.
No, Sherry.
Hold on 1 second. Just hold on.
No, he wasn't.
Credibility.
No, he wasn't. Hang up, Reese.
Just hang on, everybody. Let me talk to Sherry.
When I heard Rick
I think everyone should have a equal talk space on your platform. I don't know how you usually run it. I don't know who Reese
He's been
is,
talking for 20 minutes straight, calling him everything but white. He's calling him all kind of names, accused him of sexual deviancy and everything else. Completely uncivil, and he won't shut up.
Yeah. Sherry, this is Rick once again. You still there with me? Sherry? Sherry, come on back on with us if you can. Sherry, you back there? Sherry, you back with us? Oh, come on. We lost Sherry. Sherry, please call back in again. For some reason.
Hi.
Hey, listen, just hold on. Just hold off for 1 second. Can I just do my program? Everyone wants to come in and talk. I appreciate what you want to do. But all we've been doing all night long, I had a very important woman on the phone, and all you people came in. I mean, just listen to this is my radio program, okay? I'm going to have to start doing it without any callers. I had a very important person come in and want to talk. And now because I'm trying to mute certain people because they're saying stupid things, we lost Sherry. Sherry, can you come on back on again and talk to us, please? Well, now I have questions about that. I had some questions. Is this Sherry? Sherry?
No, I do have a question for you, though.
Oh, go ahead.
My name is Wes Lawrence Curry II. I'm in Huntington, West Virginia. If I offered you, and this is something that is going to affect every one of your listeners, if I offered you exactly $32,523, but I only offer it to you in Islam oil cryptocurrency, and to get that money, you have to be branded with a barcode called the Omni on your right-hand wrist or forehead. And if you take that, you would get a skin disease. Would you take the mark?
Well, what the hell does that have to do with what we're talking? Sir, what does that have to do with what we're talking about here tonight? Tell me, please.
Well, that Attorney General is going to take that mark. It's going to affect every one of you. And that's the mark that Jesus said to you, tell the vision you shall not need the mark.
All right. Well, I don't know if we want to go there with this right now. Well, let that one go, okay? Let that one go. We're not going to go there now. Sherry, you still on there with us? Please call back in. We had Selena's sister coming in here tonight, but because all you guys were calling in and the phone lines got cramped and people speaking out of line, I'm trying to mute people. We ran into trouble. I wanted to get Sherry back on. I wanted to ask her. She seems to.
It sounds more like what you all are doing is playing Nyanya.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, I've been on the whole time. I don't know. I heard it beep, and then I could hear all of you talking, but I couldn't interject.
All right. Now I'm going to ask everybody, please let me talk to Sherry. She's a very important person. Nobody else speak up. Let me talk to the woman, please. Well, I want to thank you very much once again, Sherry, for coming on. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I want you to know that. Obviously, you've been hearing a lot of conflicting things, but I just want to make it perfectly clear. I started the program tonight. I've been doing this program for 18 years. We abhor, we do not go along with anyone who's been a molester or anything here on the Watch 6 screens of the Watchtower. We've had plenty of victims come on and tell their stories. And it's just unbelievable in the last 18 years how many people have done it. But the point that I brought up tonight is I get emails all the time, and I listened to your sister's video, and I seen some others as well. And I found it very credible. I see his sister, the first video that I saw, the one that we played here tonight on the 6 screens, I said, wow, that woman really has conviction. But then some of the other things I heard and I read online, and it could be incorrect, but they were they were outlandish. Can I address those? Are you there with me? Well, I wanted to ask Sherry. Sherry, are you there with me? I wanted to ask Sherry about Erwin Zalkin and how her sister feels that Erwin Zalkin is part of the Watchtower conspiracy. Are you there with me, Sherry? That's the question I would like to.
Yes, sir.
I
have no comment on Erwin Zalkin at this time.
All right. So
that is not someone that we're going to discuss. We're not here. So our advocacy is not to talk about attorneys or money or cases. Our advocacy is to protect children, to protect families, to educate the public on cult brainwashing and the damages it does to you throughout your life, and also to show other victims who come forward that there are people who have a voice and there are children who survive very, 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 very horrific things inside that organization, and they come out okay. And that's also very important. We may not be completely quote unquote normal, but given the circumstances, we've done pretty damn well. And it's mostly for just educating. It's an educational purpose. I know attorneys are always brought up because everyone's always thinking about money, but we're not the Watchtower Society, and it's completely nonprofit, everything that we're doing. And all the people, and there are thousands of people involved, by the way, not just here in the United States, but internationally, everyone who is sticking up for this particular thing, it's not just for ours, it's for a lot of different people. The Watchtower has gotten away with doing these things for a very long time, and that is the main purpose of it. So no discussion is going to be brought up any further about a civil case, the attorney, if any of it. It's completely erroneous. Doesn't matter. Null and void.
All right. No, we won't go there then. We won't go with Zalkin. But can I ask you something else?
Sure.
All right. And so anyways, and I believe really for the most part everything until I uncovered some of this. Now, Selena is suggesting that Watchtower is murdering people. And Watchtower actually somehow, when Tony Morris lit his match, that famous, infamous Tony Morris video, when he lit the match and kind of puffed it out, he said that's what's going to happen when people that don't want to follow Jehovah at Armageddon. Now, he said, Selena, your sister, said that was a signal or a code for Watchtower agents when Tony did that for them to come and burn her house down. Did she say that, or am I not getting that right?
You are correct. Yes, that video was a code. That video was assigned to do something like that. Throughout history, if you look through, so when you say that she's saying the Watchtower themselves is murdering people, I wouldn't say that. I would say as a whole, it's covering up massive organized crime within the organization. meaning through, okay, so for example, the blue envelope of child molesters that is actually documentable and is online, and lots of different educated people know about how every time for years and years and years, when elders were confronted with a child molestation case, they were told to put that statement into a blue envelope, and then it was sent directly up to Brooklyn, New York, to the Watchtower and Tract Society, where they compiled a bunch of them for years and years and years and years. Okay, so with that being said, people who are able to cover and hide the rape of children and women are 100% capable of covering murders and other criminal activity, because the organization doesn't want to bring reproach upon Jehovah's and Jehovah's people. It's more of a PR move, okay? So if they have their lawyers, okay? That's something we can talk about. They have their lawyers that protect them. And all of those donations from the flock or congregation and all the loving sisters and brothers who are devout believe this very much. And they are donating their money to what they believe is a better future for an organization that is basically using a lot of that money to facilitate and fighting court cases that come up against them.
Well, thank you, Sherry, for explaining that. No, I'm glad you could come on and explain some of these things, because it's making more sense to me. And I do have a couple other questions, if you don't mind.
Sure.
All right. So
I'll answer them the best that I can, because like I said, I don't ever speak publicly about any of this unless I'm advocating on foot about the cause and it's to protect something in particular, but I will answer as I can.
On one of the TikTok videos that Selena did, first of all, I want to let the audience know who's on the phone line here with us. This is Sherry. Would it be Vertolomo too, or would it be another name? You don't have to give your last name, but anyways, this is
Sherry Vertolomo.
Okay, Sherry.
This is Anthony Tony Vertolomo's daughter. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I did hear your sister. Okay. Well, thank you. So anyways, I'm glad you're with us. Now, here's the question I had. On one of the TikTok videos your sister did, 6 minutes in, I'm not sure what video it was, but she talked about Jehovah's Witnesses sacrificing babies to Jehovah. Do you feel that really happens, Sherry?
Yes. I do feel that really happens. The reason is because on a psychology level, if you look into cult brainwashing, cult programming, am I saying that every woman and sister who has children in the hall is doing that? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But if there is even 1% or 5% that in a household where that's happening, it's a problem. One matters. So yes, I do believe that, because there have been cases where that has happened. Do I think that that's happening on a normal basis? No, because if they kill babies, they wouldn't be able to traffic them and continue doing what they're doing. Because if that were a continual thing, eventually someone would say, hey, there's no babies. Where are they? Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, no, it does.
So, yeah.
No, because I have to agree with you. I mean, I'm not just totally oblivious. I'm not saying that could never happen. I'm sure it does happen. And one of the other things, and I think she might have the numbers right, but I'm not sure. But on that same TikTok video where she's talking about babies being sacrificed to Jehovah, she talks about a pedophile ring. That I have no problem with. I know it for a fact. I have a personal friend who was an insider at Watchtower. He's told me numerous times about kiddie pawn rings, pedophile rings. That I have no problem with. But she mentioned that some of the sacrificing and some of this terrible murderous conditions that are happening evidently in the Watchtower is happening on such a large scale. It's in 80,000 locations.
So can I ask you a few questions? Hi.
Hold on 1 second, sister. Just hold on till we're done talking, then I'll bring you in. Okay?
That's actually, hold on. That sounds, find out who that is, because that sounds like my sister, Selena.
Is that Selena?
Oh, hey. Hi, Cher.
Hi, Selena.
Hi.
How are you, Selena? This is Rick Farron here at the Six Screens. Thank you for calling in tonight. You got a really nice sister. I hope you really appreciate her.
I appreciate her so much. I heard her conversation with you and I wanted to call in myself.
Well, thank you, Selena, for calling in. Some people seem to misconstrue my program tonight. I wasn't even going to get into it, but I mean, you have been the talk of the town here for the last week in the ex-witness world. And I commend you for that. You're brave and you stepped out. So obviously, I mean, you are the big buzz right now in the whole world of ex-witnesses, and even witnesses, I'm sure, are concerned. But Selena, go ahead and talk to us. You just go ahead and talk to us. What do you have to say?
Oh, I was just actually calling in to talk to my sister.
All right. So can I ask you some questions? You sister, and I'm not going to in any way ask you.
Of course. Ask away, Rick.
Well, first of all, I want to say that I watched you, and I was looking for body language. Not that I'm an expert, but on that video, in fact, I played it here for the folks on Six Screens tonight. And on that video, Selena, I have to say, you were real. I'm saying this woman is not faking. I mean, she can't. She's
Right. Everything is real.
If she's a faker, she's an Academy Award-winning actress. Because I'm saying that was for real. So that that really put a lot of buzz. I got a lot of emails coming in. Rick, why don't you go on and talk about this? And I said, well, I'm gonna, on Saturday night I'll bring it up. I'll let the audience. But then I said maybe I won't even discuss it. But we have to discuss it because it's the biggest thing going right now in the ex-witness world. So you do have maybe you could tell us, you and Sherry was getting into it somewhat. You do have some type of an organization or some type of a group that is fighting against pedophilia and all of these things heinous and evil in the Watchtower, do you?
Well, I think that generally anyone with a conscience is fighting against pedophiles inside of organized religion. I think that it doesn't need to be a group, or that's a cult mentality that normally outside of the organization doesn't really, gain any traction. Pretty much anyone with a conscience would be looking at all of the damage that's occurring to children. And so, Sherry and I, we work personally on this because we were personally affected by it and because we have personal knowledge that is specific, because we have been specifically targeted. We were specifically targeted because of how much we know about it. And the time has come to, air that out. There cannot be another generation of children that are put in the hands of Tony Morris or Tony Vertolomo, or the hundreds of other men who are actively raping children, small children, within the congregations. So that's kind of where we're at with it. I don't think that the fact that we have to explain that to grown men is what's concerning most of the people outside of the XJW community, because, Jehovah's Witnesses only make up 0.8% of the American population. So 99.2% of the population of America right now is wondering how the hell this could get so severely disgusting and still be defended by any person in there,
Yeah, well, this is really amazing that you'd want to come on. This really, what this has done, Selena, is it added a lot of credibility to all of this. It kind of puts a lot of stuff here on the back burner because, I mean, for you
right. We're not really worried about credibility or proving anything to Jehovah's Witnesses. Like I said, they're 0.8% of the population. They're kept at a under high school level for labor. No one is really worried about convincing Jehovah's Witnesses. Our goal is not to wake up Jehovah's Witnesses that are still in. Our goal is to stop the child rape that Jehovah's Witnesses are propagating through conditioning, through the, arbitrary rules that they put in place. What'd you say, Cher?
The lack of knowledge. There's a lot of, so for example, the rule that within the congregation where you're not supposed to look further, meaning use the internet, because if you start looking onto other websites or researching, then you're labeled an apostate. That particular brainwashing is very detrimental to education, which is another topic about the witnesses that you are not, I know now they may have tried to change their policy slightly to cover further, but you are usually taught not to get a classic education inside of the world or outside in the world, because they promote you to either become a pioneer or to try and get to Bethel, and that is the goal. So teaching an entire group of small children, whether they're male or female, that the outside education systems don't hold any weight, that the outside constitution holds no weight, the fact that we are not allowed to ever pledge allegiance to a flag, okay? All of those things, it's a cult brainwashing algorithm that's been done through centuries with all different groups, where people are basically raised and brainwashed to believe that only their church or their congregation or their group knows the truth and has a government inside of an actual government. That's where it becomes dangerous.
It is very dangerous, because it creates a divide there. When she's bringing up not being able to pledge allegiance to a flag, when she's bringing up all of the parts, that internally they're not allowed to be any part of the world. They're expected to only socialize, look at, and hear the words coming out of a select few men's mouths, one of which was Toni Morris, who was, when you're a little kid and you're told God talks directly to this man, and then that man uses that power to do horrific things to children.
And also cover up.
It's a setup. Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, you girls coming on really has made a big difference. We have a lot of people listening in. And of course, even on some of the forums online, I don't know if you checked out Reddit or JWN, these ex-witness forums. And, there's always naysayers and but by you guys coming on here tonight adds so much credibility. One question then, if you don't mind, could I open it up to the audience? And they'll be civil, I'll make sure. We can bring them on. Could they ask you some question? But I wanted to just ask you one question too. Obviously, Toni Morris seems to be in the target. He seems to be in the crosshairs. Obviously, what he did, I know he didn't make it really publicly known per se. You said that he was somewhat.
Rick,
Yep.
Have you ever spoken to Toni Morris yourself?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever personally?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
You've never, so he's never reached out.
So you're blindly kind of following just because he was the top dog in this organization, and that's sort of what we're talking about, is the blindness and the blinders that men in particular are wearing inside of the organization has caused them to fail at their most basic duty, to protect children, to protect the women. And if that men use institutional wearing inside of the organization has caused them to fail at their most basic duty, to protect children, to protect the women.
I mean, we're supposed to be we're the neck. We're the neck that holds the head. But when teaching small girls that we're only the neck that holds the head in a basically patriarchal society, okay? What happens when the neck stops holding the head falls off, okay? And what's happening is women aren't allowed to have a voice. Okay, that's another thing, and that's a whole nother topic. And it's not just in the Jehovah's Witness religion. There are a lot of other religions where women are subservient. We have a less of an equal say. For example, in the witnesses, we are never supposed to speak about God to men, I believe, without our heads covered, or we're not allowed to pray in front of elders without our heads covered. These are all things inside of a cult that were taught for a very long time. It's very detrimental. And it silences mothers and daughters and sisters and children, women. And being that men are the only ones allowed to ever have a public talk, I don't know if you've ever brushed upon that. That's another thing to really look at on a social standpoint, because when you only allow a man to have a microphone and a podium, it sounds a lot like a gender-specific target. So that's why when she's talking with you and she's saying you're blindly following a man, we are very weary of anyone who will basically cherry pick which parts they want to believe and then kind of cherry pick another side to discredit the women and the children. And by the way, there are a lot of men who have come forward about their abuse, and we thank them too, because it's very hard.
They've been really wonderful. The male community has been excellent. They have been allies the whole way, and we've worked with and are continuing to work with men in all communities who are supporting this. So this is not really, it's not a man versus woman situation here. It's a, why are we even talking about this when kids are getting raped kind of situation, you know?
Yeah. So what I gathered from that is Tony Morris seems to be the poster child. He seems to be the man that, you know, he's the one that.
Put it this way.
Yeah.
Okay, when you're using Tony Morris as the poster child, I'm not sure why. Okay, let's put it this way. If you knew about a giant terrorist group, okay, and you knew that there were a lot of different ones, but there were several few, okay, that really were heading and helping and doing all they could, that spent their life, we're not going to reveal to the public who all of these people are, because that's something that the FBI will be.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
and the major crimes division, the major crimes against children division in the FBI, that's who we work with, is handling that aspect of things. As far as the XJW community goes, I hope that everything is giving people some relief. I know for sure it's giving a lot of people the ability to come forward. Both of our inboxes have been filled since Tuesday, you know, with other victims, and that's kind of been the last 2.5 years, just hundreds and hundreds of women coming forward talking about elders that were raping them, ministerial servants, COs, and how so many men knew this was going on. In our case, 38 men knew what was happening. That's not something we publicly share generally, but that's how many men are.
And that's just with ours alone. That's us alone. Mm-hmm. So if you figure 38 men just for our specific experience, you can only imagine, okay, because you know how they all call and talk with each other, how many other people were told by the governing body or the Watchtower Society to shut their mouth. And that's the other thing that we advocate for is do not shut your mouth, do not be quiet. And what that is going directly against what the governing body teaches us as women. We are not allowed to ever say that. The neck doesn't talk, only the head has a mouth.
Well, I'm impressed. I'm really impressed with both of you girls. You're speaking very articulately. You're making your point known. I like your style. I like the way you're approaching this. Seriously. I think it's great the way that you are at least addressing the situation. And a lot of people are
Rick, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I never heard of you until tonight. I see that you have a channel. Were you an elder? What position did you hold in the Watchtower
basically,
Society?
I was an anointed witness that was that actually was interviewed for a potential position on the governing body back in 2000 when they were looking for.
Do you believe that you're good, even though you are not a practicing witness?
I'm sorry.
Do you believe you're part of the 100?
That
you're part of the 100?
Well, at the time I did when I was a witness, but that I got out of the organization. They invited me, Brother Loesch, I say Brother Loesch, but Loesch at the Watchtower. I got to know him pretty well. And he invited me and my former wife to come down in the year 2000. They were having some issues with a lot of the people didn't like the idea of the Nephilim, they called it. These were helpers of the governing body. They were non-anointed. So they're trying to get anointed brothers to go down to Watchtower. There was 3 other brothers being interviewed that day. But when I went down there...
Who gives the anointing? Who anoints in that situation?
Well, actually, a lot of those people in Watchtower, they're self-anointed. They claim they're anointed.
Oh.
I believe that... I believe that
you
Loesch...
might have some information.
I'm sorry?
So here's a good question.
Yeah.
I said you might have some very valuable information or intel for us. So here's a good question, because you directly were in contact with. How many women are anointed inside of the 144,000? Did they ever give a list? Because I'm only.
They don't give a list, but that was one of the areas of discontent for my former wife. She died since then, but she was also anointed. So we were both invited down there, and we met for a good part of the day with Brother Loesch. And, I asked him at the time, I said, Brother Loesch, there's one thing I'm concerned about. A lot of the anointed, I was in contact with a number of anointed ones around the country, and they were concerned why they were not being used by the Watchtower. In other words, they were part of the faithful and discreet slave at the time. And so Loesch told me that the phone was ringing off the hook. People did not want the Nephilim, that is, non-anointed ones, to be on the governing body. So that's why they had me go down there and 3 other anointed brothers. But the point I wanted to make is I brought up to Loesch, why aren't you using these other people? And he said, well, at the time there was 7,800 anointed, I believe it was at the time, back in 2000. He says, well, Brother Farron, he says 5,000 of those are women. And what are they going to do? And I mean, my wife was ready to punch him in the nose, seriously.
Well, thank you to your wife, and my condolences for your loss of her. I think she'd be very proud that you are actually taking some sort of stance or trying to give some sort of platform and voice to this.
Yeah, well, that's what we're trying to do. She was the one that really came up with this whole idea, and we started it. Actually, it's going to be 18 years on January 26th, and we do it every Saturday night. And we have witnesses calling, ex-witnesses calling from all over the world, and it's been very, very good. We never missed a Saturday night for 18 years. We're here because I say they want to hear this stuff.
Do you report when these witnesses are calling you with their statements? Are you reporting that to law enforcement?
I don't. Here's what I do. In other words, we have people come on, and many of them will not use their real name, so I can't really report anything. But I've had at least we had Candace Conti's mother on. We had you name it. People have been on here talking about this for years. But a lot of people they want to go anonymous. They will not use their names. That's what's showing.
That makes sense, because they really do. That makes a lot of sense, actually. The Candace Conti case is something that I haven't heard talked about enough. The fact that they had 17 girls and not just one, 17 different women that were sex abuse victims, all bundled under Candace Conti, to be able to try and make it look like, one girl had come forward and one girl got justice. It's this type of controlled opposition. It's the type of controlled expose of what's going on that, can't stop. It can't stop what's going on. You have to just clean out the wound at this point. And I'm not really sure. It takes a lot of audacity to do what they did, which was call me and my sister and ask our family to participate in a fake expose, to ask us to come forward and talk about, in a controlled way. They wanted to make sure that they were controlling what we said. They wanted to hold our hand through it to make sure that it was, delivered to the public the right way, so that it was just damage control. And I'm interested in that, Rick. I'm very interested in the type of damage control that's been done so far, because had anyone in 2012 and 2013 done what they were supposed to do as an individual, all the children in the last 10 years that have went through the horrific rape, abuse, everything that's happened in the last 10 years wouldn't happen. So I'm very interested in the controlled opposition aspect of things, but to be honest, it's gotten really old.
You're absolutely right. And well, what really enlightens my feelings here tonight with you two women coming on, is the fact that you're using your names. You're not afraid to use your names. You're not afraid of the Watchtower. you're willing now to step
Why
up.
would we be afraid of the Watchtower?
Well, a lot of people are. A lot of people. I mean, I was on the phone today. I was on the phone
I'm
today.
not trying to. I don't want to loop around in a circle, Rick, but I think we just had what we would call a breakthrough here. So the fact that people don't want to use their names, women are hiding their faces and putting their hands metaphorically down in shame, trying to tell the truth. Don't you think that there would be a reason behind that? Because if you look at people who are threatened in any kind of criminal case by an offender, they usually are scared. They don't want to tell. They think that if they do, their lives will be taken. Okay, so on a mass level, you yourself have personally witnessed in your lifetime, people don't even want to say their name, let alone show their face, that they tried to stand up against the Watchtower and Track Society. So that, I think, speaks volumes for everyone about how bad and how dangerous a lot of the people who have been running it actually are. So the match blowing and the houses burning, okay, is a pretty solid.
Yeah, like, you know, at this point, when you say we're not afraid, what are they going to do? Burn down another house? Are they going to send another Guatemala missionary, Renata Hausman, what's up, to come to my home pretending to be a domestic abuse survivor who's actually a Jehovah's Witness? The kind of things that you guys have done, the kind of things that the Watchtower Society has done is so insane that when you get on here and you say, well, there's a lot of outlandish claims, that's because we're dealing with outlandish people. So we're going to behave to match their energy. Our vibe will match their vibe the whole way.
Well, I like the way you guys sound. Really, you sound you sound like you got your act together. I'm serious. It sounds like you're really on the trail to get things done. Can we open the lines? Would you like to talk to some people? See what they have to say.
Yeah, that would be great.
All right.
Let me be the first one to speak.
Well, okay. Now, Reese, be nice to
I would
Selena.
like to say this, Selena. I want to compliment Selena because she was a lion. Oh, Rick cut me off, huh?
No, you're not off.
You're still there.
No,
you're still there.
Rick's
Hi,
cutting
what's
me
your
off,
name?
Selena.
I'm not cutting you
Selena,
off.
and you're still there. Rick is trying to cut me off the network here. I was the one defending Selena earlier when Rick was trying to call into question her credibility. Now, let me just say this, Selena. You were like a lioness when you went to that Kingdom Hall. I was highly impressed with how you handle yourself because most Jehovah's Witnesses are very timid people, and that impressed me greatly. And let me say, you are an empowered woman. And you know who else is? A.G. Henry, Michelle Henry. And she's going after the Watchtower, thank God. I used to do a broadcast on the network. And so I wanted to have a chance to speak with you at some point.
That. We come from a 2,000 years. House of Tome is a house of lions. So that's a very kind thing to say. And as far as being a lioness, I'll be honest, I've always hoped my whole life that men would step forward and protect the children within this organization since they are touting being God's only people. But God would not fuck with a single one of you, not one of you, unless you're stepping forward and protecting the children yourself. So I don't know, I appreciate that very much. Are you the person who was saying Rick was controlled opposition?
Yes, that was me. Because what happened was, let me explain what happened. I was listening in to Rick because I wanted to see if any details would come out in his broadcast tonight. I only called in when I heard him attacking your credibility. Then I chimed in. I said, Rick, what are you talking about here? She was highly credible. What are you saying that she's a statement that she made is false? It went back and forth. He had people calling in. He cut me off about a dozen times.
I did actually hear part of that.
Selena.
I did hear some of you sticking up. I tapped in about 15 minutes late, and I did hear you sticking up for us. So we do always appreciate people who are passionate and getting on the right side of the fence for a movement.
So Selena and Sherry, listen to me for 1 second. See, he won't.
That was very
If it wasn't all the way.
What it is he never gives a person a chance to talk. He came on here tonight. If you go back, this will be put up on YouTube, and you can hear exactly what was said. This man came in tonight and really was
Please do listen to
outlandish.
it.
Yes, go back and listen
You'll
to
find it very enlightening.
Yeah, see, yeah. He's just an angry person here that I don't know what his
No, I'm
position
not,
is.
Selena.
I
I'm a former
think
host.
we're all pretty angry
Selena.
here. And the thing is, with the tone policing, you know, I heard him. I heard you, Rick.
It's
tell
okay
him-
to be angry, and it's okay to yell
Right.
about this. We appreciate.
Correct.
We're not tone sensitive about at all. So him actually voicing what his belief is and his feeling is, it's not offensive. It's not him taking over the podcast. In fact, that's what podcasts are for. When you have an audience, you want audience members to actually interject and put their voice out there also. So somebody yelling or being, you know, you mentioned before he was drinking, that really doesn't matter. It's what's being said and what basically, if you cut off all the ruffles, the heart of the material, basically.
Right, and I agree. I agree with you, Sherry and Selena. Now, what it is, we have a lot of people. Reese just isn't. We have hundreds of people listening in here tonight live. So, can we open up the lines and well, let's listen to what the audience says and let them.
Hi, Rick.
Okay, who?
Canada protester.
Okay, Canada protester. What do you think, Canada protester?
Well, first I want to say, Selena and your sister, you are amazing. And I am up in Canada, and I'm protesting child abuse at the headquarters in Georgetown. And I will just let you know that Reese made it seem like I was part of some child abuse involvement. And so you got to take him with a grain of salt. But anyway, I'm just really proud of
That's utter
both of
nonsense.
you.
That is, I'm sorry, I have to respond. That's utter nonsense. That is utter nonsense.
Okay, enough. Anyway, I just want to say
No,
that
but
I do a lot.
go ahead. But I had to interrupt there because you said it's a blatant lie.
Go ahead, Canadian protester. Reese had his time. Let's hear what you have to say. All right, who else is on with us? I don't know what happened to Canadian protester, but go ahead, Linda James. Go ahead, you're on with us.
I'm on. Oh, hi, Rick. Hi, Rick.
Oh, good, you're back.
Okay, good.
Yes, I just want to say, you know, I'm fourth generation Jehovah's Witness ex now, faded, and I have been going undercover to protect the children. So I just want you ladies to know that I'm so happy you called in, and maybe with Rick, you guys can uncover some more. So that's all I want to say, and I don't want to start an argument with.
Thank you for everything that you do to work towards protecting kids. It's very appreciated.
Yes, and I've been on TikTok. I'm the clown profile, but I just think you're amazing. I just think you're amazing.
Thank you.
Okay, lots of love to you.
Okay, let's go. Let's go with let's go with the pasta babe. Pasta babe's next. Go ahead, Linda.
Hi, ladies. This is a pasta babe, Linda James, and Selena. I've been researching on you, and I just want the audience to know that this is a very well-educated woman. She is a professor. She's written a book. She's done many things. She's a tutor. This is not just somebody who drove up and said some crap, okay? She knows her stuff, and she did her stuff. And so my show comes after Rick's, and we're starting tonight with a new title called Watchtower After Dark. Both of you are welcome to come on. My co-host, his name is Eric, used to have encounters with Anthony. He used to go door to door with him, worked on his car, some stuff like that. So, you know, go ahead and answer some questions. I'm really thrilled that both of you called in, and I invite you to the next show, okay? If you're in the mood to be.
What's the name of it?
It's called Watchtower After Dark. And the way you can, after this show, the show for Eric and I will start up, so you can remain on the phone and be guests for our show if you would like.
Thank you for the invitation. We appreciate it.
Yeah, what it is, Selena and Sherry, is we have a network here. It's not just me. I started a network. We have 18 different programs that run on this ex-witness network. So their program comes up after hours when we're done. So it's the same telephone number, and it's on YouTube as well. But we do have some more people who want to call in. Go
Hello.
ahead. We
Hi,
got,
Rick.
yeah,
Fran.
we got 315. Go ahead, Fran.
Okay, hi. I want to just say to Sherry and Selena, we really appreciate what you're doing. My husband and I are 71 years old. We raised 4 children in the witnesses, and we have a program. We have a program called The Outside Story. It's on next week. But the reason a lot of people don't put their names is because they are shunned. We did not hesitate putting our name out because we wanted our children to know that we were very serious about the CSA. We were not going to support anything that hid any child sexual abuse. And we've been very vocal about it. We're very vocal in our area, and we have a program on it. We are meeting people that are in favor and in supporting, and so we truly support you.
Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
you.
Okay, let's go. We've got 864. Just let me call out the area codes because there's so many people calling in. 864, you're on with us. Go ahead, South Carolina.
Hi, Rick. It's Mia T. Nice to meet you, Selena and Sherry. I've been kind of following Selena's adventure here. Quite a brave thing to drive into a Kingdom Hall parking lot and get your, tell your heart out to this elder. I hope this isn't inappropriate to ask. I was a Jehovah's Witness for 35 years. I'm now 70 years old. I was raised in it, and I was also a child affected by the policies. And then as a young woman, of course, I understand exactly what you're explaining about the subservient role of women and how frustrating that can be. That you really don't even have you're not in a position even to protect your own children when the men are running the show. And most of them are the ones that are perpetrating, these criminal actions. But see, I think until recently, and you'll understand once I get my question out where I'm coming from, I assumed that it was a policy issue. And you know how they always said we have to protect the name of Jehovah and stuff like that. And that was at the crux of the whole problem. Now, and I know Rick really is very serious about it. He has given Barbara Anderson, I'm sure you know who she is, her own platform on his program. And she's marvelous to listen to. And she was great at exposing, how the Watchtower headquarters had been handling a lot of things, even before we had the Secret Elders book available. But here's my question. You bring up the subject of child trafficking perpetrated by the witnesses. And I would love to hear more about that, if you can talk about it, especially in light of the release of the movie Song of Freedom.
Okay. We don't have any comment on Sound of Freedom. We're going to start with that. We have no comment on Sound of Freedom.
I don't know anything about Sound of Freedom.
We're not watching that. We haven't seen it. We're living it.
Oh, okay. That's probably why I haven't seen it. Yeah, our hands are kind of full with what's going on inside of this. But as far as the trafficking, what makes it so pervasive and so well hidden is that they are moving men. They're moving the men around congregations. So in, moving, for instance, Toni Morris to a small town congregation in the middle of North Carolina without any warning, next to a daycare center, doing this type of thing has allowed this to go on for so long that, it is, listen, the phrase.
So do you think child trafficking is really not the exact way that you want to word what they're doing? Because we were all aware as former Jehovah's Witnesses, especially since we all got really enlightened during the Australian Royal Commission of what was really going on with that, is that they were deliberately moving around the perps and not telling the parents who they needed to be concerned about. I
Well,
love
there's
you
that
problem. I'm not sure I would call that child trafficking.
No,
That's human
well, there's
trafficking,
that aspect.
or that's hiding pedophiles, literally.
Correct. There's
Yeah,
that
we know
aspect,
that.
but then there's the other aspect of it. For instance, Sarah Kellen, there's the aspect of it of the children that are moved, that are trafficked, that are used for rape, that are sold to men, that are brought to locations in Ohio.
That's what I'd like. Yeah, I think that's what, part of what Rick and I mean, I haven't called. This is the first time I've called in tonight, and I think that some of these things that were said by you raised concerns as to, I've not heard that before. How do we know that this is what's really going on? You know, because I mean, we thought that the Australian Royal Commission did a darn good job at exposing everything. So, but apparently not. If they're trafficking children, and Watchtower governing body and elders are behind it, and so I think that was maybe our concern. Rick can say, no, Martha, that wasn't mine at all. But that's where I was coming from. So I'm going to get off the phone right now.
I stand by what I said. I stand by exactly what I said. It's called child sex trafficking, and I said what I said. It won't be softened. It won't be sugar-coated. We're not going to figure out a better way of saying it.
But what you are saying is that it's not that they're literally taking children away from their parents and moving them around. They're moving around.
They are
first.
also doing that. They are also doing that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear more about.
Doing that. Sarah Kellen, how do you think Sarah Kellen got to Epstein Island? Where do you think Sarah Kellen was a little Jehovah's Witness girl? How do you think she got to Epstein Island? Her parents.
I don't know her story. I've heard her parents' side of the story, and I've heard a little bit of what she has to say about it. And Rick has talked about her here on the show.
Right. So just so everyone who's listening knows, the rest of the world that isn't the XJW community fully understands that the Jehovah's Witnesses were the stomping ground for a lot of children that were used to traffic to Epstein Island. It was the birthing ground. And then why is that? Because unlike other religions, Jehovah's Witnesses specifically groom the children to never ask for help. They specifically groom the children to distrust police. They won't allow them to talk to their teachers. They won't allow them to talk to therapists.
So you're saying they're complicit, not that they're like the cartel who are literally making money off of it.
Okay,
you're saying they're complicit in the problem.
No, I'm not saying they're complicit. Let's clear that up.
This sounds like a technicality hang up. There's children.
I don't think so. I think it's very serious what you're saying. Child trafficking is people making money off of children, and that would be saying that Watchtower money is directly coming from the handling of placing children with rapists.
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, if that's how you want to believe it.
They are doing it.
Mm-hmm. They are doing it. They literally have a cartel ring who's collecting money and putting it in the coffers for Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
So what you're trying to say, she wants us to say that it's just a cartel and that's
no. I know what's going on here. I'm just saying we're not going to soften it and make it sound like something. We're going to fucking call it.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that, and I think it's fair for the audience to get both viewpoints and to understand exactly.
Can I chime in? Can I chime in here?
Reese, why don't you wait for other people? There's other people that you're waiting in line.
Because it pertains to the matter being discussed right now with Jeffrey Epstein and his Lolita Express down to Little St. John's Island. I would like to inform the listeners here of how that network was operated. In New York City, there's a school on the Upper East Side called the Dalton School. Jeffrey Epstein was given a job. Now, Selena and Sherry, listen to this, because I'm well researched on these subjects. He was given a job by guess who? The United States Attorney General, Bill Barr's father, was heading that school. You could look it up, the Dalton School. So what happened was Jeffrey Epstein, who had no teaching credentials, was given a job so Ghislaine Maxwell could meet him at the school and then begin grooming high school age girls, bringing them on their yacht. And that's where they were procuring them from.
Right.
And now you have people calling in that are completely oblivious to that these things are going on. That's just one manner in which
That
he
is
did it.
not
There was
true,
several other ways.
Reese, this is Manti, okay? No, that is not true. I have driven.
Then what are you saying?
Down. I know about Epstein, but I'm saying that so far, I'm not seeing the proof that Tony Morris was directly involved in Epstein's ring or any of them.
Nobody said. Well, hold on, Selena.
I'm not going to get involved in your craziness, Reese, and act a fool like you are.
Selena, now listen to this lady. She's calling it crazy. The craziness to this woman is discussing Jeffrey Epstein's the largest sex trafficking ring in the history of the United States with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And this woman saying that is crazy talk to discuss it. That's the level of people you've got on this network.
Right.
Reese, she didn't, excuse Reese, I'm going to listen. If you can't come on here and be a gentleman, you're going to be leaving. So,
and listen, there's
Reese puts words in people's mouth. Mia T. Martha was not saying that. She wasn't saying it at all. He has a tendency to put words in people's mouths. Okay, who else would like to speak?
Well, that's okay. We have our critical thinking skills intact. We are able to discern what's going on here, and I'm not looking at Mia T differently. I'm not looking at Reese differently. I do think it's an issue constantly telling people who are angry and yelling that they need to use a prettier voice to be able to talk about child rape. So, if Reese continues to be upset and be angry, that's a sign that his critical thinking skills are intact as well. It's when we keep trying.
Yes, but it's rude. It's rude for him. If he talks over everybody, he's not giving anybody a chance to talk. He's done that all night, man. That's the problem.
Sorry,
okay. Yeah, you know what, ladies, Rick.
Scott, Mike, go ahead. We're not going to if Reese can't come on and be a gentleman, I don't want him speaking. He's not adding any credibility to the show. We got people that have questions. Mia T was not in any way arguing or debating or chastising these two women. She agrees there's sexual problems, there's sexual trafficking going on. What Mia T was
when she asks us questions like, well, are you sure that you don't just mean this? That's what he's upset about, and that's what he's trying to convey. I know what I mean. I've said what I mean, and no amount of manipulating those words into prettier ways of putting it out to the public is going to change what it means. Yes, it is a child sex trafficking ring. Yes, money changes hands for Jehovah's Witness children. Yes, they are born and raised and groomed to be victims of child rape and never say anything. Yes, they are held in an organization that does nothing about it and in fact builds in within their doctrine plenty of room for it to happen.
I know.
So, yes,
well, I agree with you. I've had people come on and talk about this very thing, Selena. They've talked. You haven't been the first one on here. I've never debated it. I just never, could put my finger on the governing body or the Watchtower is involved. And I've been enlightened here tonight. I've been enlightened. No one's really came on it.
Can I ask you a question, Rick?
Sure.
I don't know your background, but are you familiar? Can you tell the audience the difference between the religious order of Jehovah's Witnesses and the Christian congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses?
Well, I know that
between the two corporations.
Yeah, the two corporations. As far as the difference would be, the Christian congregation seems to be the one that speaks out for the Watchtower. They're the ones that seem to dictate to the elders and all of the other administrators of the Watchtower on how to handle things. What would you say the difference is, Selena?
Well, you didn't explain what the religious order is. You just said what the Christian congregation
the religious order, I'm not sure with that. Maybe you can enlighten me on that. I'd like to hear it.
You're not sure? Well, let me tell you, we were raised in the religious order, not the Christian congregation. So when I'm speaking from living in it my whole life, as is Sherry. And there is a knowledge gap here that seems to be a bit too large of a knowledge gap. The hierarchical way that the organization is structured puts everyone who is in the Christian congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses as sitting ducks. Their children are sitting ducks for the religious orders, shenanigans, whatever they're doing, you know, to continue this. So unless you are very familiar with, you were raised in, and you know about the religious order of Jehovah's Witnesses, it's very difficult to have, you know, an educated conversation. And I don't mean that as an ignorance, just.
Well, let me just clarify what you're saying. So, I mean, I was raised, I was born in Jehovah's Witness, third generation. So what you're saying is the religious order, in what you're suggesting here tonight, is the organization that you were in and I was in and everybody else is Jehovah's Witness. Or are you saying there's a different religious order?
No, I'm talking about the religious order of Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, well,
the Watchtower. Yeah, the Watchtower has 4 different corporations. They are just a corporation. Tony Morris was just the CEO, essentially a president of one of those corporations. These men are not God. They are just men.
Hello, Rick.
Yeah, Kurt, why don't you ask Selena and her sister a question? Go ahead. You're on with us, Kurt.
Oh, this is the storm of the century. It's a great program. Just a simple question. I think it's simple. And I've been listening very closely to everything. The question would be for you ladies, and I say this in a neutral way, could you go into a court of law and prove your case?
Absolutely.
And
that time will come. So when people are asking us for proof online or proof here and there, I don't think anyone's taking seriously how very, very serious the society made this when Tony Morris put a hit out on me and my home and my life. I think they're minimizing it, and they're trying to continue to minimize it, but that is not going to work. This is the real world. Like I said, Jehovah's Witnesses are 0.8% of the population.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you. Go ahead, Rick. Thank you.
Okay, I do believe we.
Hello, Rick.
Yeah, we've got. Let's go with. We got London, England calling in, the United Kingdom at least. Go ahead, Steve. You're on with us. United Kingdom. Hello. Well, I think we got knocked off. Hello, can someone hear me? Speak up. Okay, just stay in with us, folks. Our telephone line went down. We'll be right back on. Stay in with us. Our telephone line went on. We'll be right back with Selena Vertolomo.
Welcome into the live Six Screens conference call.
Sister Sherry as well. So just stay with us. Our phone line goes out every once in a while. So bear with us. And they'll be right back on with us.
When you are done talking,
great program tonight.
To mute yourself.
So we'll get the girls back
Remember,
on.
when you are unmuted, your phone is
so just stay with us, and we got the phone line goes off every 6 hours, so we'll be coming right back on.
Hope you enjoy the programs tonight.
So just hang on with us.
You will now be placed into the conference.
Yeah, every 6 hours the phone line goes out, so we'll go on very, very shortly.
Wait, please enter your. Thank
you. Okay.
There are 30.
So anyways, we come right back in. So hang in. Don't go anywhere. The phone line will be opened up here in a second. So let's just give it a second. We'll do it. So we're going to have a great conversation here. A lot of people calling in. So stay with us. Okay, line's back open.
But to the extent that to this extent, no, I had no idea. This has really opened my eyes, and I'm really glad that you've come forward and explained what you have explained. And I wish you all the success in what you're doing to sort of, bring this out. It's fantastic what you're doing. But I have a question for you. This might sound like a crazy question. In the UK, there was a celebrity called Jimmy Savile. Have you heard of him?
No, we actually don't. We don't know really anything in the XJW community. Our work hasn't been within it at all, so I'm not familiar with that.
Oh no, Jimmy Savile was not a Jehovah's Witness. He was a celebrity in the UK for 40, 50 years. He was very well known He
Oh,
was
okay.
he was well known by everybody, just like.
Can you please spell his name so that we can actually research him?
Yeah, Jimmy Savile, Jimmy.
Okay.
Savile, Saville, I think it was. Jimmy Savile. He was very well known in the UK. He was a celebrity. He was loved by everybody. And then just shortly after his death, a few years ago, it came out that he was the biggest paedophile in the UK. And I was wondering if he had connections with the Watchtower Society. But if you don't know him, you won't know that probably.
Yeah, no, we don't. I'm sorry. There's too many pedophiles to remember their names.
Yeah, I can understand that. But this guy was a very big deal in the UK. He was a huge celebrity for decades, you know. And he had connections with the royal family as well. In fact, he used to give advice to Prince Charles, who's obviously now the king. Before he was the king, he was that. He had that many connections. You know, he's high up in with connections. You know, like I say, with the royal family and all sorts of celebrities. And I was just wondering if you knew if there was a connection there with the Watchtower. That's all.
No, sorry, we can't help you with that.
Okay. Well, thank you for your help anyway.
Okay, we got three. Hold on one second. We gotta go. We gotta go in line. We got a lot of people. The 336 is next. Stay in line. 336.
That's me, Rick. Jimmy Bell.
Yep. Go ahead, Jimmy.
So I want to say thank you to Selena and Sherry for coming on this evening. I really do appreciate it. I hope you ladies understand that in the world we live in right now, there's so much disinformation. There's so much stuff that is put out there for people to believe, propaganda and stuff like that. So a lot of folks they've been very weary about some of the claims that were made. It's not that we don't want it to be true. We just had questions. That's all. Because I had said from the very beginning that I want this to be true, because if that's the case, then this would be a death knell for Watchtower. Now,
it's unfortunate. It is a death nail, sir. It's a death nail.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, it's a death nail. It's provable. It's documentable. It's researchable, and also our lineage. That is another thing. If you're into history and you like genealogy and you like digging through archives, you can dig through that, and you can look up the Ptolemy family. You can look up anything you'd like. I don't know if you saw Selena's video about liability being liable and things being the truth. It's all findable if you look. Seek and you shall find. It's there, and it is a death nail. It may be a death to us personally for actually attacking it this far, but that's also something that if that happens, then so be it. But yes, it's all true.
So I have three. Oh, sorry. I have three questions if you guys will just entertain me. First question is whenever anything is in a grand jury, I know people are always asking about proof. A lot of times people have to sign NDAs and there's certain things they can't talk about. So can you confirm that a grand jury is not supposed to leak information on high profile cases like this?
We're not lawyers, so we can't confirm anything like that.
I mean, we don't, I think what she means is we don't have a legal background, and to confirm or deny what a grand jury can do, that would be something we would have to research. Can you rephrase it? Do you mean, can you rephrase the question? Because I also don't really understand.
I'm just, basically the process of grand juries is there's not supposed to be leaks that come out of a grand jury investigation. And if leaks come out of the grand jury,
it's like they're subpoenaed to go work on the jury, you mean? Like in the event we were brought to court, are the people who are on jury duty, is that what you mean?
No, I'm talking about the ones that are involved, the plaintiffs and the defendants and stuff like that.
No, you're
usually,
asking if we're part of a grand jury. You're asking if we're part of a grand jury investigation.
No. Oh wait, are y'all?
I mean, okay, so is the question, so you also mentioned an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. I know what that is.
Correct.
Are you asking if we're under a non-disclosure agreement?
Yes.
Okay, no. No, that's why
Okay.
we're closing. That's
We're
why
not
it's
under
closed.
another
Okay.
with anyone.
Okay,
We're not
great.
under the NDA because this is something that's going to be talked about until it's cleaned up.
Okay, good. All right, cool. The second question, do y'all feel that Watchtower is just a propaganda arm puppet of what some of us call the deep state globalist cabal?
Oh, is this like an Illuminati question? We don't.
I don't know. We're not laughing at you. I don't know what the deep state is that you're talking about. Do we think it's part of maybe a bigger thing? Sure, it could be. I think that would be keeping an open mind in it, right?
Could we? Okay, let me rephrase the question then. Could you say that there are people higher up than the governing body running Watchtower?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And the last question I have.
The governing body is functionally like a board of directors. They are, flock members are told that they are anointed. They're God's voice. They are the direction from God. But no, they're just a bunch of guys. They're just, 8 guys that are appointed into positions in a corporation. And I think that it would serve everyone very well to remember that.
Okay. Another question I have. I'm sorry. I'm very inquisitive. I ask a lot of questions. Would you say that the CIA has been involved with Watchtower?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Would you say that the CIA is involved with or has been involved with Watchtower?
I have no idea. I've never heard of.
What an inane question, for Christ's sake.
There's
a totally inane question.
I don't think it's inane. I wouldn't say it's inane. I think he's got an inquiring mind. And so what you're asking is if we think, here's what I would say, as far as what I know from what I've read about the Central Intelligence Agency, okay, who is run by a woman at this point in time. Do I think that are you asking if we think that they're involved in helping hide this, or are you asking if we think that they're going to be involved in getting this taken care of?
No, I don't believe they're going to get involved taking care of it. Are they involved in hiding stuff for Watchtower?
I
couldn't comment on that. I don't know. And I'm just, if I could, I would, but I really don't know anything about that.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And like I said, there's no stupid questions. You can always ask a question.
Yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
all.
Do you believe that the CIA? So it sounds like you feel that. So you feel that the CIA is involved with it because
Well, the only reason I do, and like I said, I could be wrong about things. I have no problem with that, but I'm always looking for answers. But one thing that they do with the circuit overseers is they move them around every 3 years. And it's like, every congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses, they get a new CO every 3 years. And it's usually somebody that's been far away from where they're at. They came from California and now they're in North Carolina. It's just kind of odd that they do that. And I didn't know if that would be something that they could use to cover up trafficking. I don't know.
I think that they do move. There's both sides. I mean, if you look at anything like this, moving people around with no background check, nothing that, you hot drop a new man into a very 100, 150 or so people, all families with children. And then you give them the authority of being they're very special. They're to be trusted. They go in car groups. They go out in service. They're with the children. The children are trained never to question them. The children are trained that they are the voice of Jehovah. The children are trained to obey whatever they say and to never come forward about anything that they're doing. When you employ this type of gross, just absolute authority on random men, and then you relocate them every 3 years into different places, I think what you're saying is valid. Do I know or think the CIA is involved? I don't know.
I think that it could be used for trafficking. I also think that it could, under normal circumstances, be used as a way to just move new COs into new areas of areas.
And also,
so it's difficult to say that, because you're essentially, we work really
you're
hard.
asking if you think there's a conspiracy behind the CIA. Is that pretty much what it, like, you think that do you feel there might be a possibility that the CIA is assisting in covering up? Like I said, I would hope not. I would like to believe that people who are in those positions, the Central Intelligence Agency has thousands and thousands of different people working. I know that there's been issues in the past from what I've read and what I'm starting to learn. Do I think that they're innately all bad? I would hope not, because I know that the Central Intelligence Agency trains, they have very trained people. And do I think that they would risk the reputation and prestigiousness of something so large at this point in 2023? Do I personally believe that? No. I think that there comes a time in universal law, or whatever you'd like to call it, where when something gets large enough and it's brought to the attention of all the authorities, like it has been, we took the proper route. You know, we took the proper route. We did the right thing. That eventually,
and the law enforcement agencies that are involved are aware of that. They're also aware that that we're doing what we're doing. So, you know, there's a lot of moving parts to the situation, and I'm not sure. I don't really know about the
I want to
CIA.
put it this way. I think if the CIA were involved, I don't think we'd be having this discussion with you. I don't think the platform would be allowed any longer on TikTok or anywhere for that matter. And I think it would have already potentially, given their reputation, we would have already been swept and it would have been done. And you would have never even heard our voices. Because when something goes viral, you know, and we have like the UK, you're calling in, there's people from all over the world that know about this. And that's how ambassadors get involved and international people get involved. Do I think that they would do that to us or victims that are really trying to help? No, I don't. Do I think that there's crooked people inside of every corporation? Yes, I do. So I think it's taking the good with the bad anywhere it is. You know, I'm not saying that that particular organization has never done anything that was corrupt. I would never say that. But do I think that
we try very hard to caution against constantly, you know, one all in one. You know, we try.
Yeah, we don't have.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
We're not.
Yeah, I mean, I totally believe that.
Yeah, it's a point of fingers and say, well, it's the CIA that's done this. Okay, what you're doing is basically all the good people that are there. That's why it's there.
Right. I agree with that. And maybe I could rephrase my question a little bit. Just say, hey, do you think there's an element of the CIA? Because like in the FBI, there's still good people in the FBI. It's just they've been infiltrated at the top where they pull all the power. And so I feel like, yeah.
And if I read correctly in the past, and correct me if I'm wrong, please. So the Federal Bureau of Investigation is overseen by all their directors, the operator, and then I do believe that information and intel is then passed up to the Central Intelligence Agency, because their main concern is making sure that there's homeland security, that there's not a terrorist on land, and things of that nature. So do I think that there is more? I think that this is a problem that they're probably aware of, and it takes a long time to, I always think of like a big giant chalkboard and one little pin with a string, and somebody, you know, the connection and web and an algorithm of a crime or a terrorist group over a massive amount of time. And I think that's how it works. I don't know how long this investigation. I know federal investigations can take years. And then if you think about, I mean, I don't want to get political, but if you think about the state of the world that is actually happening in politics, I think that they have a lot on their plate at the moment. And I don't think that shoving any more of this under is going to facilitate in a movement or a shift in society where there can be an actual change and a difference. And I do believe that that's what's about to happen in the world. It has to.
I agree with that. Totally agree with that.
Right. The currency problem is gigantic. Right now, they're worried about, you've got China, Russia. They're worried about infiltration from the inside. They're worried about technology hacking over. I mean, those are all concerns on a political level. So,
and I do think what you're saying has, it has a lot of ground under it, because really what you're talking about when you say the FBI, the CIA, the organizations that are responsible for civil, whatever we're calling it, it's systematic. So you're kind of commenting on a very true situation, which is the systematic organization and how it facilitates the same problems with it. So that is very true. Sad, but true.
Right.
Yeah. Right. If I can just jump in here a second. This is Joe.
Hey, Joe.
How you doing, guys? Great conversation.
Hi, Joe.
How are you? I commend you all for your efforts, and we're trying hard with ours. Cynically, I'd like to believe that the CIA wasn't involved in the drug trade, but I'm afraid I have to conclude that they have been. The CIA has been facilitating the drug trade. If the demand for pedophilia and human trafficking is outstripping the drug trade, I don't see why the CIA would not be involved. It's just a simple logic that I cannot avoid.
What is a foreseeable solution if you think that? Because we have open minds. What would be, if you were in this situation and you believe that that's who's behind it, do you think, would you have done what we have done, go to ambassadors and involve the people? What would you have done?
No, I would not. I feel that is exactly the thing that needs to be done. And I feel that the only way that it's probably going to be solved is through a political action. And
that would be you mean like lobbying?
At least. In other words, people register to vote. Politicians pay attention to voters.
So I'm not sure. I just registered to vote.
Yeah, and in fact, we just did too.
I just actually registered to vote for the first time in my life. And the issue with that is, a lot of research. You don't want to put your vote in somewhere where you haven't properly researched the candidates and the parties. And I don't have one because I don't.
I understand. No, it's not
simple. You're suggesting you think we should try and be more political about it to get the movement going.
No, not really.
Well, I'm just saying that politicians listen to voters. They don't listen to people who don't vote.
Do you think that, how are your feelings on, I won't even ask, never mind, it's not really relevant. Yeah, it's not relevant.
Just go with that.
I can go on. My inquisitive mind will take over this podcast.
I am so open, and that's okay. Look, we've got 4 children who are shunning us. And as far as I'm concerned, what we're doing, we're seeking to sway public opinion in our neighborhood, in our little area, so that the people, that my children's neighbors will teach them what they need to know. It's not going to be true.
You're trying to keep a democracy alive. You want the people to be well informed in what they're voting in and what they're involved in completely. Yes?
Well, they need to be. Absolutely need to be. Because the witnesses are operating from so much secrecy. Sorry.
I have one last question, I promise.
Jimmy, what we going to do? we got about 5.
One more. Just one more.
Okay, go ahead.
It's about Watchtower. I'll make it real quick. Are y'all familiar with the executive order? I think it's 13848, where any organization that is involved in child trafficking, human trafficking, would have all their assets seized. Do you think that would happen to Watchtower?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you. You just validated 3 years of work that I've been doing. Thank you so much.
I hope it gets keep working. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Don't give up.
Oh,
I got a good
giving up. I'm in it till the end, ladies. You believe me.
I got a good
here.
We got time for two. We got time for two more questions. We got time for two more questions, and then we'll cut the girls loose. But we got 925. Go ahead, 925. You're on with us.
Okay, this is ex-elder Tim. The real thing about Tony Morris, it's all been speculation to this point. People talking about him having problems with alcohol, whatever, and whether he was actually removed or kicked out. Is this the tipping point? What you two women have brought to the world in terms of information, is this the tipping point of actually why he was put out? What is their strategy in putting him out?
Their strategy is to distance him from the Watchtower because of everything that he is responsible for, and he cannot hide behind anything anymore. So they were strategizing to remove him enough so that they could say they fired the CEO and they put a new CEO in. And that is only appropriate if the person who was fired is not a dangerous person. Otherwise, you're just, hiding and relocating someone to try and shove it under the rug, and brushing everything under the rug the way that it's been is how we all got here. So.
Thank you. I learned that in 1995 at an elders meeting when they emphasized the two witness rule, and I told myself that can't be from God. That can't be right. So
God would not be doing what they're doing, and that's it's one thing when Mia, I think her name was Mia T, was discussing whether or not it's a cartel or is there, is it really a child sex trafficking ring? It's one thing to be running a cartel of sex trafficking children. It's another to be claiming that you are Jehovah and claiming that you are God's voice and then using that to prey on children. And that is something that will never,
it's not going to stand. It will not stand.
It's atrocious on a level that,
So very true. One closing thing, as we were talking about registering to vote and all you potential voters out there, here's something to think about. Everything we are experiencing currently is divide and conquer. Everything, race, religion, everything. And that's how the real rulers have always created the chaos and ended up on top when everybody goes, oh, we'll go back to you again, crawling on your hands and knees after the coming dystopia may come. And here's the thing you should think about and research. The Jesuit order. Jesuits. Think about it.
The Jesuits are for Catholicism.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Catholicism. So if you look through history of Catholicism, was actually, hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
The history of, I don't know what all that beeping was. The history, the Jesuits, all of that. And then you look at clergy laws that were passed back in, I don't have the dates, but clergy laws, and that's something that the witnesses aren't under. I know that when that happened, the clergy law was passed, and I would not be even slightly surprised if some of the perpetrators from Catholicism converted immediately right over into the Jehovah's Witnesses, because if you're a deviant and you are doing these kind of things, you don't have remorse, you have psychopathic traits, you will find a way to find more victims. And if there's an organization that doesn't properly protect women and children, that is patriarchally, it's a patriarchy, they may be in there.
People wonder all the time, where are the Watchtower billions? just think we're up there.
Well,
They're
that's
just,
what you're talking about is money laundering, and that's something else that the Federal Bureau of Investigation loves to get their hands on. And do I think that they're money launderers? Oh, I do. I think that they actually facilitate in funding lots of things that people don't know about.
well, somebody else got a question. I just want to say to you two ladies, there is massive energy behind you. Fight it through. We're right here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And if you can keep spreading the message of our advocacy, and also I think it's fair that we should say that we are not the first people who have tried to stand up to this. There are thousands of other men, women, children, and they just never had the proper platform. The internet has given a large international platform, and academia and education and historians have also led the way into these things. So it's not just us standing. There's thousands and thousands of other people and from other generations that may be older and never had this sort of platform to be able to talk about it. And I think those people should also really be thought about, thanked.
Well said. Well said. And we want to thank you very much, Sherry and Selena.
Right. And listen, Rick, and Reese wants to let Selena know and Sherry that you're a phony and you.
Yeah. Well, you guys can be the judge. You can go back and listen to the program.
Hey, Rick, can I mention one thing?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I've always been curious, being a history buff myself, and going back and trying to find why in history there's been child sacrifice all the time, and it's still going on, and now in supposedly Jehovah's organization. And I searched and searched and searched, and I found the answer. The answer lies in the fact that ancient Babylon had three basic gods that they worshipped. One of the gods, and I'm not going to name his name, but one of the gods, each one had specific instructions on what they had to do. One of them was to harm little children. That's the way.
Does that seem like something God would order men to do, or does it seem like something that men would decide to do?
No, at Satan's encouragement, sure. But that's not.
No, men can't be encouraged by Satan. They have free will. You can't have one. Yeah, you have to. If you want to play by that rule book, you can't cherry pick it. So either they're choosing to their own free will, or they're not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And why don't you want to say the name of the god? I'm just curious about that. Do you feel that that's bad?
Well, I don't want to give them any publicity or credit or anything. I don't want to mention it. It's like sacrilegious to people that serve God and so forth. So I'm just saying that according to me, this is just me speaking. Okay, I know everybody doesn't believe the same way I do, but if you do believe in God, there are answers as to why there's been so much wickedness and slaughter through the years. But to say that God is somehow responsible for it is really not accurate in my book. Just
we don't think we don't think God's responsible. This isn't God. This is just men. It's not God.
Right.
So.
Exactly. But what's so interesting though, there's got to be a connection through all of the histories of peoples on the earth why they always wanted to attack children. And that's something that's so bizarre to me that I think goes beyond just a group of men.
Boy, listen to this drip.
Sacrifice women.
Well, very good.
I think that would be something you would have to you'd have to keep digging, researching. It sounds like you are researching ancient Babylon and their religious orders or what they believed. We don't really dig that deep. We dig deep in it personally, but on here, the main thing was to advocate for the platform to have a voice and protect children in the now, and do what you can, whether you're a voter, and if you are into politics and you know how to swing the politician bat, go for it. Do it. Make it a home run, because it's all documentable. There's a lot of people behind it, and it's went on for a very long time. And it's not just with this particular religion; it's with a lot of different religions all around the world.
Sure. It's all over.
And you know, when you talk about blaming God, the purpose of advocating is not to break people's faith, because faith is, and this is a personal opinion, I think faith is very important. I think people being able to comfortably pray to a God or a universe and have freedom of their religion is very important. And especially in times like this, you wouldn't want to shake the faith of people who have been devout their whole lives, even if your own personal belief is different. And that's just respecting the vast majority. We have respect for everyone in religions. We don't have respect for abusers, rapists, and child molesters. That, you know, and I think, again, this goes back to people. Do you believe people are innately good, or do you believe they're innately bad? Do you think it's nature? Do you think it's nature? The psychology of it? It's all.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're running out of time here, folks. Sir, I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to cut it down. We're so glad that we had. I'm so glad that we had Selena, and her sister Sherry on tonight. Girls, I want to thank you very much for coming on the program tonight. Now, I don't want you to be strangers. We do this every Saturday night, and anytime you want to call into the program, call in. We'd love to have you come back and join us again, because this is where former Jehovah's Witnesses and doubting Jehovah's Witnesses come to talk. So anytime you get new information and you want to share some thoughts with it, you're always welcome on here, girls. I mean that.
Yeah. Also, Rick, what I would like to ask before you close out is I would like to invite Reese to contact us personally, because I think that he has
Reese,
a lot.
You can reach out.
Reach out to us, and that goes for others that we've spoken to this evening, because it sounds like there's a lot of people that wanted to talk, and that's something that as of right now we can do. So reach out to us, spread the story, keep researching, keep reading, everything.
Well, we really appreciate the fact that you were willing to take the time tonight, both of you. It really added a lot of highlight to what we've been talking about. And you really, in my estimation, you hit a home run. You came on, you're willing to do that. You weren't just some people in cyberspace that were hiding out. You came on, you talked to us in a very fashionable and genuine way, and we appreciate that. And we're looking forward to you even coming back in again some other Saturday night and give us an update on what's going on. And then how can they get a hold of you folks? Is there any way that people can get a hold of you?
They can contact our publicist, but Reese, you can contact either one of us on TikTok.
All right, I'll have him go to. I'll tell him. He's a friend of mine. He's just a little under the weather tonight. I don't know what got into him, but I'll tell him that anyways. But thank you, Selena.
All right, well, thank you.
Ladies, I want to let you.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyways, we've got another program coming up. We got to cut it short. I hate to say it, but thanks a lot, and everyone that called in tonight, we appreciate it. We're going to end it there. Keep waving that flag of victory. And the last one, leaving the Watchtower. Please turn off the new light. We're going to Apostle Babe's program along with Eric. They got a brand new program coming up called Watchtower After Dark. So by all means, stay with us. Wow, boy, that was a rockin' awesome program. We really enjoyed it, and we appreciate Selena Vertolomo and her sister Sherry coming in. That really added to our discussion tonight. So I hope they can get back in and listen to what we did here tonight on YouTube. So thank you very much for listening in. We're going to end this broadcast, and now we're going to go over to, but don't you guys, don't you.
Rick Farron is a snake in the grass.
Oh, yeah, Reese.
Rick is a snake in the grass. I want to end with that announcement.
All right, you can end with any announcement.
You're a Watchtower controlled opposition.
You made yourself a fool tonight, Reese. You made yourself a fool on here tonight, Reese. You really did. I mean, you really did.
Rick Barron was attacking Selena's credibility tonight, and that's why I called in.
You embarrassed me, Reese. I thought you were my friend, but I tell you, I'm even.
Rick, you are a snake in the grass.
Listen, you told me
You're
you told me you just had mental issues.
In the grass.
Yeah,
Rick
listen. Well, I'll tell you.
You're a snake in the grass. That's what he is. That's what he is. I'm calling him out the same way Jesus made out the Pharisees.
Go to hell, Reese. Just hang up.